Oh, the cat hair. Yes, it's warmer outside. I can tell. Yeah. Phew. Just been getting some little bit of research going. Getting some of these built up. We can use them. We have plenty to upgrade, as you can see. And I'm just kind of pushing out some research. Reasons. Getting ready for the war to tick up here. We're around 3,000. Hey, OG Ray. And thanks.
Hey, Ray.
Yeah, there's one of these researches that's like crazy. Okay. So I'm still sort of recovering. If anybody was watching the end of last stream last week, I started getting a scratch in my throat. Well, yeah, that laid me out for days. Just awful. And I'm still recovering, believe it or not, a week. And I'm about 95%. I'm yeah, about 95%. Which has been brutal, like brutal. It's really annoying when you're sick and it's just, oh man, I can't even. I hate being sick. Anyway, why are all these suddenly working? Yeah, it sucks. It really sucks, and I didn't get a damn thing accomplished this week. Like my brain just, it was the weirdest sensation. I had like this, so Saturday night and Sunday night, I didn't get any sleep. Because I laid in bed and my mind got locked in on this weird image of like, it's hard to describe the weird abstract thing that my mind was like just rolling back around and around and around. It was like one of these like MC Etcher sketches of like one part of the image was dripping something into another part of the image, and it was just wrapping around, and it was an infinite loop, right? And my mind was locked on this image trying to figure it out, and I could not sleep, and I could not get that out of my head. Like, I would lay there, and as soon as I would lay down on my pillow and close my eyes, that's the image that popped in my head. And I could, for 2 days, could not get that out of my head. And, like, could not sleep at all. And so I was in this, like, weird fugue state of being exhausted. I was exhausted. but unable to sleep. So that was really bizarre. That was really bizarre. And then I had what I can only describe as a cyclical fever. And it was like, think of a sine wave, right? You have a sine wave. Now think of it being your fever. So it's like I would have like 3 hours of a fever. So I would be under the covers, blankets, and then 3 hours later the fever would break and I would start sweating. So I would take all the layers off and try to cool myself off. 3 hours later, boom, the fever would come back. Now that across 2 days. It was a crazy, it's been a crazy week. Like I don't know what I had. If it was the coof, the beer flu, I don't know what it was. Could have been anything, but man, oh Jesus, I just couldn't believe it. It sucked so bad. Do we have the destroyers yet? Can I? Let's go. I want to actually. There we go. Strange matter. Do we have? I don't even know if we have strange matter yet. Do we have strange matter up here? Oh. I know I've got the particle colliders up and running. Not for sure.
Yeah, I thought you had some strange matter set up too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do. I just don't know where. There they are. Okay. Here it is. Okay. It's all going into there, which is fine. There's my destroyer. Okay, so how much strange matter? I have destroyer here. That is processors, reinforced thrusters, which I've got there, frame material, and the strange matter. So I need processors, frame material, which I think is way the hell up here. Out of building range. Well, who sets the building range? And then I need the strange matters. No, I need processors as well. So let's those right here.
Got
Okay.
a comment in chat?
Kaylin, you got caught up. Wow, you've oh, that's impressive. I've always wondered like how many people watch my 8-hour streams like after the fact. You know, I'm kind of a laid back kind of player, so they'd be fun to have like on the background, you know, if you're just doing chores around the house or whatever. There's literally nothing else on TV. Which is true pretty much all the time now.
Fair.
And does anything else am I gonna need strange matter for anything else? That's the question. Always the question. Because I can just bring it in. locally. Via an ILS. I do that. That. Then that. And go. In here somewhere. And I know when you're watching at home, I open this screen up and your eye goes right to it, but it's different when you're streaming. Or recording for that matter. There it is. It doesn't work quite like that. When the YouTube blindness, you probably may have heard that term before. The YouTube blindness is real. Like it's a crazy phenomenon.
Yep. I've been watching somebody's streams recently that they're streams, but they're recorded and uploaded to YouTube. He streams on Twitch, and it's sometimes painful to watch because I'm staring right at the thing.
Yep.
It's right there, man. It's right there.
Yeah, it's not that easy.
Of course, he's I wouldn't say he's a novice. He's a pretty, probably pretty decent player. But I'm better than than him at Stationeers.
Always been playing Stationeers, has he?
Yeah, Stationeers. So that's a pretty high bar. I mean, about the only people that I'd say blow me away on their streams are Cows Are Evil, and I think one other guy. I can't remember who. Cows Are Evil is that guy who, he just, we need to code another IC chip here. Just on the fly whips it out. He knows most of the variables that are needed for the machines and all that stuff.
Yikes.
Yeah.
All right, we have destroyers. Yay. Okay, let's see if we can't. So what I want to do today is I want to try to build as much infrastructure to make a Dyson Sphere without actually making the Dyson Sphere. Right? And do so in a way where we'll be able to make the Dyson Sphere really fast. Right? So the solar sails, and as we ramp up production, pretty much, so the phases of this game for me are building up resources for the mall, right? Get stuff for the mall. That way we can make all of the machines and the belts and all of the doodads that we need to make the factory. And then the second phase is the resources and automation for the Dyson Sphere, which is a whole different beast because it's a smaller subset of materials. So the solar sails and the rockets here use a subset of materials, but it's not grotesquely like every material, right? So, basically you have the solar sails, right? We have the solar sails and the EM rail ejectors, but the solar sails themselves, dead simple to make. And with proliferation, we're going to be able to make a pretty decent amount of these. And then the rockets are a little bit snagglier. These babies use... Oh, man, these babies use crazy stuff. 4 deuterium fuel rods per. That's When it comes down to Dyson spheres, it's the deuterium fuel rods for the ships. That is the clincher. You need so much fuel. Even proliferated, it's still hefty. It's still 2 to 1. So I would like to get this stuff actually researched so we can because I want to automate the EM rail ejectors, the ray receivers. Oh yeah, we need the photon thingies. Photon combiner. Now, should we go try to track down some optical grading crystal? That might be a slightly easier way to do it. Maybe. I know. I think we have a system where there's some there. And then I want to max out the Dyson Sphere stress system, so I can just plop in my paste of the Dyson Sphere that I like to build.
Gonna duck out for a sec here.
Alright, that should be all she wrote for the Dyson Sphere. 52. Jesus! Oh no, what are we low on? God, why are you trying to fly so high? Okay, yellows. Yellows are bad. Yellows are in a bad way. Why? Oh my god. Okay. Let's... Glass. Iron glass circuits and stupid rings. Okay. Please tell me I have iron circuits.
Alright, I'm back. Said we needed photon combiners. Is that something that we have set up, or?
I don't think we've built one of those yet.
Okay, where are those again?
Those are the purple, pink. They're under items on level 6. The very first two on level 6.
Ah, those. Okay. Yeah, it's shocking how many of those you need.
Oh yeah, we need millions of these. So like
They're pretty much only used for the Dyson Sphere, right?
there's a few crafts that use them, I think.
Okay.
All right, glass, iron is done, circuits is done. Now I need glass.
I'll see if I can find those crystals on any of the nearby stars.
Shit. Glass and rings.
Okay, both Beta Tari and Suhel, or however you pronounce that, have them. So I'll think I'll slip over to.
Yeah,
I'll
we
start
just
it on Suhel, smaller. That's it.
yeah, we just need. You talking about the grading crystal?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's the easiest. I think you've built a system for circuits, so you should be able to just request circuits en masse.
Yeah. I'm gonna check up on that setup because I think that's in the local star system here, right?
I
Circuits.
think you built that, yeah, on the.
I think on the third planet. I should probably give that that planet some love anyway.
Hmm.
Upgrade all the things, extend the lines, etc.
All right, I'm going to cancel.
Screen froze for a sec there.
Yeah, I
think it was
can't.
loading.
I canceled all the researches.
Ah.
Damn it. Glass. Ring. It's funny how the thing he just did is going to be in the way of everything. No matter how many belts I upgrade, I'm always finding more belts. That'd have to be upgraded.
Yeah. It would be nice to have just like a upgrade planet button.
Alright, so I think I'm going to have to come over here. And then glass.
The machines on this planet could definitely use good stress testing, but their setups are pretty decent, I think. I wouldn't say he set him up wrong, but it's frustrating coming to somebody else's setup because of the different quirks that they put in.
Yeah, he definitely could do quirks.
This one's probably a little fiddly, but when I make machines, I make them so that they're symmetrical, such that I can copy one and then rotate it. Rotate it 180 degrees so that I can put the other line on the other side. Oh, we have another comment in chat. Are you talking about the bus system?
The bus system?
Yeah, he's asking how you make efficient setups like that. And I'm not sure if he means the bus or...
Yeah. Part of it is having, 2, 3, 4,000 hours in factory. Having that factory game mindset. I mean, I've lost count of how many hours I've got in Factorio and other factory games. So that sort of mindset is definitely big. So that helps. But in general, let's see how many. I'm gonna open this up a little bit. Now, obviously, my science setup right now is far from efficient. This is not efficient at all. But it gets us to the space science. And then once you get to space science, you can tear all your science down and redo it.
Okay, yeah, he was just talking in general. Yep, that probably just comes down to the amount of experience that he has with factory games.
And a lot of it, if you're just starting out, a lot of it is trial and error. A lot of it is, does this work? Does that work? And seeing what designs exist. Trying new stuff. Yellows, for some reason, yellows are not happy. What I might do. I want to get this research spit out.
looks like we don't have many machine setups on Home System 4. Mostly just a mining planet. Drain it for all it's worth and move on, I guess.
Alright, now I would like to maybe increase yellows, but at some point here, we have to run out of leaves and freaking logs for these.
Eventually.
It looks like this actually ran out of titanium. Okay. That gives me the ability to dump the titanium I had there. I don't have any ore, so that's fine. Yeah, it literally ran out of titanium before it ran out of leaves and logs to convert. That's kind of amusing. And where is this titanium? Why is this titanium crossing the planet? Where is this going? Good God. Why? What is going on here? Holy Moses. Okay. I think we are going to do a request. Remote demand for titanium.
Queen has another comment. That's a tough one. Most of it comes down to like experience and being able to do I hate to call it simple math because it's not really necessarily simple, but yeah, basic algebra, I guess, would be better.
No.
Being able to do that stuff in your head really helps.
As far as like timing, I mean, if we're talking about like ratios,
I assume that's what
again, it's sort of like, I don't want to say practice because it's not that simple. But it's a lot of times in these games I build based on the logistics that I've got. So these conveyor belts, this is my baseline. And the conveyor belts, if you look, are 30 per second. So it can move 30 items per second. If you base your manufacturing around that, then you're pretty decent in terms of your ratios. And if it helps you, you can kind of go backwards, right? So if you want a certain amount of production of, say, solar sails, well, don't think of it in terms of I need X amount of solar sails per second. Don't think of it in those terms. Think of it in terms of a setup at 30 per second. What can you build around 30 per second? And have that as one contained craft. Because you cannot exceed that. Right? You can't exceed the belts. Unless you go really crazy. And you get like some advanced stuff. But we're going to keep it simple and say, you know, the sort of thing, like If you build one around 30 per second, and that is a completely self-contained system, then you get an idea, because you have a finite number of crafters, you have an idea of what raw materials you need to feed it, or what other components you need to feed it, and at what ratios, right? So that very first cornerstone, that very first crafting setup, dictates the rest of it. And that's kind of part of how to think about it. I hope that makes sense. But if you're having troubles with your ratios or other things like that, then that's a good sort of starting point. Is get and I want to,
And it also really helps to calculate by, how much can you produce in a minute. So if you look at the recipe and you say, well, okay, it produces 1 every 5 seconds. Well, 1 every 5 seconds would be 12 per minute. Wow, my math is slow today.
See, even we have
12 per minute, and then what's that?
I said, see, even we have problems.
Yeah. For the most part, right now, I'm just waking up, really. But yeah, if your machine is 12 per minute, then, well, apply that kind of formula to each of the ingredients. And that also helps you identify the bottlenecks, because a lot of times the ingredients you need outweigh the output, so they'll be like your limiting factor. Then you got to make the decision: do I run another belt of it, or do I just create a separate setup with fresh belts? Alright, I restocked, and I'm going to head for that Suheil system.
Suheil.
I think that's what it is. They have some of those crystals.
Oh, the only 3 million, though? That we don't have anyone closer than that.
There's another one with 9 million, but I figured we could take down the one with 3 million first.
Beta Tauri's got 5.5 million, and we've already started a factory there somewhere. I don't even remember. Yeah, Stalagmites is a planet we've got that
colonized too.
We do?
I thought it showed up when I was looking on my map, and usually it only highlights the ones that you visited. But now it's not, so I must be wrong.
I don't... If we did...
But sure, I'll head to Beta Tauri.
I mean, Suheil has got some nice iron and stuff, so that's... I must have done something here, because... Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of hive activity on Suhil, so I don't think any of these planets the most I've talked in a week. Yeah, all the planets are wrecked with hives, so I don't think we've cleared any of those up.
Betatari it is then. And got another comment from Aqueen. It sounds like some of your advice hit the mark.
Engineering is hard. Yeah, engineering is hard. And when if you have builds that are centered around your logistics, then you can just copy and paste them, right? Because you know they're maxed out. And if you need more, you just take that entire setup and you just duplicate it, which is where blueprints come in, right? So my blueprint setup basically are built around maxed setups. A lot of the ratios are not exactly, because what they did in this game with both proliferation, so the spray tanners here, the little arrows you see add some proliferation, which gives you bonus effect. Now I'm using my mod. I've got mod. This is modded, everybody. So my mod, I've got an 8x multiplier on proliferation, meaning proliferation is so worth it, you don't want to not do it. The vanilla game, it's worth it, but even with like certain crafts, you don't do it. Like any craft, like there are crafts that use like 12 hydrogen, right? You don't spray tan that, because spray tanning 12 hydrogen is just crazy for one craft. But mine is 8 times better. So you just spray tan all of it. All of it. Leave nothing not spray tan. So in that case, that kind of throws a wrench into things. But I tend to do that math in my head. You just get better at doing that. And then the last main update they did for this game, and this was back in like December, I want to say. Crazy how long ago that was already to think about. But the pile sorters were massive. So these pile sorters here actually are outputting stacks of items on the belt. And that when you talk about like ramping up production, pile sorters were the equivalent of adding another belt that is 4 times faster than the vanilla belt, than the other Mark III belt. But they did so without adding another belt, which it would have strained the engine to have a really, really fast belt, because conveyor belts are very expensive to simulate. Very, very expensive. So rather than introduce a tier 4 of belt, right? Tier 4, they just did this pile sorter, which was pretty genius. And now you're able to stack up to 4 items, so you get 4 times the throughput. So you combine 4 times the throughput with proliferation, and you can ramp up production so much that you need extra output lanes in order to actually get the most out of it. And if we look, I thought I had a build or two in here where I had a crazy setup for output lanes. Because you can there's one, the steel setup, right? So the steel setup, I've got massive amounts of iron coming in. And look at my steel output. Like, I've got massive amounts of steel coming out. But now that these are all balanced around green belts, so anyway, it is what it is. So yeah, everything gets proliferated. Everything. As you can see, we are going strong here. But you can see, like, these first 6 here, these are get their own belt. The next 6 over here get their own belt. So you have crazy setups like this that you want to be able to maximize how much you're getting out of them. We're actually tapping into the other ones here, which is great. Okay. Now, everything else over here is good to go. We've got the quantum chips, which I should be feeding into here, yes. I'm gonna feed them more. So the real kicker, where you can get really good production, is when you get to this. Where is that research? Right here. Station integrated logistics. These researches here, you need space science, unfortunately. But what these do is 1 integration count from logistics. You might not know exactly what that means right away. But what that means is your logistics stations, right? So you see these shenanigans that I have coming out here to stack the Casimir. So all of this mess, all this does is stack the output, right? I want this output stacked when it comes in here. It's this whole thing is trying to get the maximum throughput I can. So all these do is to stack the output. When you do those researches, the stuff comes out. Like when you have the maxed 1 research, it will come out of the logistics station stack already. You don't need to do any of these shenanigans. So very, very nice. Very, very nice. Okay. Wow, that was another 5,000 quantum chips relatively fast. These are not the fastest in the world, but now that we have the Mark IIIs, and none of these builds for the chips here, none of these are like ratioed. I just built these last stream just to get them up and running off the ground. Okay. Now, we'll grab some destroyers. Let me look at... Oh, these are so damned expensive. Okay, let's do energy weapon, explosive, explosive, explosive. Energy. Kinetic. Kinetic. The rest of these are all space science. And yes, you're wondering, these are all modded because reasons. You want me to list the reasons why I did it the way I did it. I have to have space fleets maxed. Otherwise, it would just take way too long. But I'm gonna need so many of the greens for that. There's one that doesn't have. Yeah, these researchers are punching out pretty fast. Okay, I think we're at a decent spot. I need to then request... I think I need to request the titanium crystal here. Because I know we're building those off-site. And then I need to proliferate. The diamonds, I think, are pretty stable. But I could... Oh. Ocerock arriving. Home system.
Yep, I needed more supplies. I wasn't prepared for a battle. Thought I was, but
A battle?
yep, that first star or first planet in the system apparently hasn't been touched.
Oh. Well, I can go help with that.
Alright. I didn't want to take you off task, but...
I'm not really on a task right now. I'm just sort of getting by.
Alright. The North Pole is occupied too, so...
Well, that's not cool. Why?
Yeah.
Why? Alright, so that means let me grab one at least. It's expensive. Number of ground squadrons, 2. Let me queue that up. Do you offhand know what level they were?
No. And
You didn't
didn't
peek,
think to capture that.
didn't peek at that.
Nope.
Shit. All right. Let's go kick some ass and take some names. Okay. So, where are we going? We are going to Beta Tauri. Number 1?
Yep, first one. That's what I have forgotten. I forgot to grab some fuel rods. Because I've got some fusion plants set up there, but nothing to fuel them with.
Yeah, what I usually do... Oh, wait, stupid... I always do the North Pole clearing first.
Yep.
Now, hopefully I don't land on the planet and just instantly die. That would suck.
Yeah. I think the level we're at, we can take a few hits before dying. At least planetary battles.
Ooh,
Yeah,
it's a lava planet too.
Yeah. Thank you. I was just gonna say, I know there's something else I'm forgetting, but I can't think of what it is. Lava. Magma. Geothermal generators.
Yeah, we need... I don't think we have those automated, but yeah, why not craft a few? That reminds... Oh, I should have... Darn it. Yeah, that's one thing that needs those photon combiners.
Okay.
Let me turn my laser clearing off. Alright, where is... Over here. Clear that out. Yeah. This becomes infinitely easier with drones. These are all... Oh, the one I destroyed was level 23. God damn it.
shoot, you wanted a 23, I take it?
Well, yeah, it doesn't really matter. It was gonna die anyway, so it is what it is.
Sure.
All right, let's do. And there's a giant copper vein right here. Gotta cover that up. Okay, so the blueprints are Polar Logistics buggy. This is the original blueprints. A lot of these Polar blueprints, these are all from Nihlaus. The guy is good at building blueprints. I'll give him that. And he just spent an ungodly amount of time building these, so I like to give him a shout out because of that, because it's just crazy. There we go. Right there. Okay. Then here we want remote demand. And my kind of override of these is just to eliminate all of the requests from all of the things, because I don't deliver all of the buildings and stuff to all of the places. I just don't think it's worth doing that. So let's do the missiles. Wait. Oh, I have to. Fortunately. What is it hitting now? Oh my god. Are you kidding me? What is... What? Frustrating. Just build the damn thing. Thank you. There's the fuel. Let's go grab some missiles. There's a bunch of stone on this planet, too. What else is on? Oh, 73 million iron. Hello.
Nice.
Fractal silicon, which is pretty much worthless. Like the only use of that is making the crystal silicon, and there's just not very much that uses crystal silicon.
In vanilla, I make pretty extensive use of solar panels, and solar panels take them. No, they don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What the heck am I thinking? Oh, accumulators.
Oh,
And yeah, I make extensive use of accumulators. That's probably what I'm thinking.
okay. So I have to apologize. I'm tearing all of your stuff down.
Oh no! Did it serve any purpose?
It looked cool.
It looked cool. Fair.
All right. Now. And darn it, I don't have a geothermal. Do you have any geothermals? Were you able to make any?
I'm working on that now. I figured I'd go out and make a fair quantity of them. Problem is, a lot of the ingredients are pretty far spread out.
Oops.
And we don't have photon combiners.
Yeah, it's the whole reason why we're on this planet is to make those.
Yup.
So eventually we're going to have photon combiners, and then I'll be able to put a thing on the bus for making geothermal. Although it's funny, like, Renegade showed me, like, the exploit. For some reason, geothermals are broken and you can just place them anywhere. And I was like, yeah, you know, it is what it is. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. And then I go over to his area, and he has built like 20 of them on the ground. And I'm like, what? Just because you find something like this doesn't mean it's like, oh, we'll just carte blanche, just put 50 of these on the ground, and there's your power. It's like, no, just because it exists doesn't mean you do it. Like, I'd like to have a certain amount, like, of sanity, occasionally.
With me around? How's that possible?
I mean, you like it. You like things difficult. You play Stationeers, so.
Fair. He's got me there.
Yeah. Now that I have, see, since we're not going to be farming these planets, I don't really need to worry about the building a base to it, putting down the babs and all of that, because it's super easy with my setup. To clear a planet with drones. That's the whole reason why I radically increased drones. So the ground, and then the space. These guys. If I did the space one right now, actually, it looks like. Yeah, I need to do the space one. So I can go Z. Switch to space, attack relay station, and then what's the hotkey? Q? there. What is the hotkey to deploy?
Deploy what?
Deploy my fleets. There's a hotkey for it.
Oh.
Left click to launch all fleets. I mean, I know there's a hotkey. But yeah, that gets rid of the relays, which the space hives do not like at all. I know there's a hotkey for it, but
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't done enough the combat to do all of those things.
pick up all the gubbins. Go get him. Go get him, drones. Okay.
It's unfortunate you can't put a splitter on top of a depot. Just like, you know, an afterthought. Oh, I should, you know, belt this in easier. But I know why they don't. The fidget spinner machines wouldn't appreciate that.
Yeah, it's like that's our job.
You know.
Ugh. Oh shit!
Uh-oh.
Oh, I didn't. What? Why? It bounced me all the way back to the home planet.
Oh man.
Damn it! I hit the wrong one. I meant to hit resurrect, not redeploy. Damn it! All right. I'm gonna take these two. And I completely ignore the EM strength because it's just pointless. Trust
Oh,
me.
since you're still here on the planet, I've come find me. I've got a little mini setup for the geothermals.
Come find you.
Yeah.
Is this hide and seek?
It is. I'm gonna try and give you a description. I just gotta. Okay. It
Like,
looks
what
like,
are you near?
near the South Pole. What's that?
Near the South Pole?
Yeah. Somewhat close. I'm in the southern hemisphere for sure. At the end of the bus. That's a good way of explaining it. Just south of the end of the bus.
Don't fly. Jesus.
fly Jesus? Is that the like cool Jesus? Right over here. There's 2 crates. I
Wow.
changed the way I wanted to approach it.
I mean, for a temporary setup, you kind of go all out.
I do.
And hey, a place to put some of my gubbins. That's pretty good. Oh.
You've got some of that equipment on hand?
I had some steel. Quite a bit of steel. I have a bunch of glass, but that doesn't help anybody, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't have a glass one. I've just got the
You got the prism.
prisms. Right there.
There's glass. Why not?
I can always craft those up. I'll craft them.
Alrighty. Okay. Oh, hey. I've got like some like optical grading crystal.
Oh,
There's some optical grading crystal right there.
I actually have some of that too. So yeah, may as well use them. Oh, and actually, I can integrate that right in here.
Okay. Now. Wow, this still hasn't filled up this chest. Crazy. Okay, now I should be able to, hopefully, finish these.
Sorry, I think we might have missed that last message from Aqueen.
Queen.
I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Aquine, maybe, would be better pronunciation.
You don't have to listen. Sure. Yeah, I mod because I love. Yeah. Mainly the modding of all the combat stuff, especially the space fleets. Because late game, let me zoom out to these hives here. Late game, these hives, right? These are crazy, right? Doesn't matter how far into the late game you get. These things will obliterate your mech in less than a second if you fly too close to it. Because a lot of these are point defense systems, right? So a lot of these structure points are point defense. And then there's 1,500 on average, a fully grown hive. There's 1,500 ships around each one of these. And in the late game, all it takes is time. Because you've got your ships, you've got your drones, you've got your destroyers, you've got your weapons upgraded. You just fire at them and erode them slowly, and then eventually you can take them out. But it takes, in the vanilla game without any mods, that can take upwards of a half hour, 40 minutes to do one of these. And there's 3 of them in the home system. There's 3 of them in a lot of systems. The black hole system, there's like 5 of them. Crazy. So with my settings, with my mod and the specific settings that I use, the multipliers that I put on the research, right? So the actual mod allows you to expand the damage, right? So this explosive weapons damage plus 80%. That is actually supplemented with my additional amount of increase, right? So normally that might have been 10% up to 30%, and I add another 50%, right? So that is one step. And the other step is the drone, right? The drone damage increase. as well as the durability. So the damage and the durability are massively increased. So when I go up to one of those hives out in space, right, it takes mere less than 5 minutes, and one of those hives is just obliterated. Which is just fine for me because it's much faster. And looks like greens are not. Oh, there we might. Oh my god! Just in time. Holy cow! Wow. I need to do another stack of greens here. Because that was close. I don't know if we have enough lenses, but...
Another stack of... Oh, the greens?
Hope we have enough lenses. I'm pretty sure we have enough quantum chips. I made a lot of those. And if you're ever curious, especially with this game, and a lot of factory games do it too, but you can hit P and get your production stats, right? There's a production tab right here. And then you can look at the local star system, you can look at each individual star system, you can look at the entire cluster of your factory to see what your ratios are, and then you can specify 1 minute or 10 minutes or whatever what your ratios are, and then you can gauge like what your production and consumption is, and if you want like more up to the minute one, you can do 1 minute and you can see what your production stats are, right? So even though something might be consuming more than you're producing at a moment, it's not necessarily a warning. You know, you kind of have to keep a kind of a rolling tally in your head on how much you're actually, you know, producing. But when your factory is really humming along like consistently for a while, then you can go in here and see. Because you can see these magnets here, production is not even close to consumption, but there's probably something else going on here. It's probably
it really helps you find bottlenecks.
Yeah.
Especially if you know kind of the ratio for the ingredients, you can keep tabs.
All right. Crazy how close we came to running out of greens there. All right. Now, it looks like still haven't run out of leaves and logs, although we've got far fewer of those. There's a little bit of things and stuff there that I had. Good lord.
Good. Another bit of advice that helped Aquine out. So that's kind of one of the best things when we're streaming is to know that we're actually helping people.
Yeah. I mean, entertainment is good, but helping people get the most out of their games is sort of the purpose of the channel.
Yup. It's Buggy's raison d'etre. Okay, that might be a slight exaggeration, but how often do you get to say that word?
I know, right?
Phrase.
Makes you sound fancy.
Exactly.
Now, the real question is, do you know what it actually stands for? Do you know what it means?
Reason for being.
The reason for being. Thank you. See?
Yeah.
That's then you know you're smart. When you actually know what it means. Okay. Should I research? Definitely want that.
Right, I ended up making a lot more of the geothermals than we probably needed, but if you want them.
Okay. The other thing, I think, didn't I research the mining thing, the next level of mining thing? No, I guess I didn't. Photon spotlight mining. There it is.
It's glorious.
That also needs optical grading crystal.
And I see the next level smelter is unveiled now.
Yeah, the next level smelter, the next level of assembler.
There it is. Nice.
The next
Whoa.
quantum chemical plant. The smelter here. Yeah, because we need this smelter in order to get this smelter. This smelter uses the... We're going to have to set up a farm for the hive dark fog stuff soon. So we can start building those. And I usually do that at the black hole setup. The planet, because there's usually only ever one planet around the black hole. Alright. I need to expand the bus a little bit. Let's do Planet Bus Mark 3.
Since a lot of people watching are probably interested in Factorio, do you wanna talk about the most recent Friday facts?
Well, I meant to look at them, but I know you said it was about the missile turret that you mentioned that I that I spotted.
Yep.
Yeah, and last week's Friday facts had another machine in there that was not mentioned at all, according to they didn't mention the fact that there was a special machine in there. But it was the machine. If you look at the Friday facts from last week, one of the last animated screenshots that they had, there was a special machine they had making circuits. So the green circuits and the blue circuits in the screenshot was a machine that's spun around. I don't know what it was supposed to be, but it was not a normal assembler. And I looked at it, go, like, nobody's gonna mention this. Like, I saw, like, I think there's Neil House that was talking about the last week's Friday Fact, and because it was all about Beacon and how they're doing like a diminishing returns when it comes to Beacon, but they're also making it so legendary, like quality stuff is just like crazy good. But in one of the last screenshots, they showed this machine, and I'm like, what is this machine? You're not going to mention the machine? But yeah, I really want to go see what the Friday Facts, what's cool about them.
I could kind of detail it if you wanted, but it's not always the same effect as reading it.
It's definitely not the same effect.
The second thing that I didn't really talk about on it is they also have the targeting priorities. That one was quite welcome.
Oh man. Okay.
What's that?
Oh, I did a thing.
Ah. I hate it when I do a thing.
I did a thing. I blocked the... Okay, well, it is what it is. This is where the bus sort of breaks down. Just because these last few crafts are just not very nice. Like, the EM rail ejector uses pretty much stuff that's on the bus. That's pretty straightforward. The vertical launching silo, however, uses gravity lenses, which I don't think are on the bus. And it's, I think, one of the only crafts they use them. So it's really not worth putting them on the bus. And then the quantum chemical plant uses strange matter and what looks like titanium glass, which I don't think is on the bus either. Yeah, that's titanium glass. That's plain filter. Do I have titanium glass? I do not. Titanium glass is coming around, going down. Oh, titanium glass is on the bus. Okay, good, good, good. But, and looks like frame material is there. Yeah, okay. I was smart. Yay. Now, how do we want to do this? I want to get some of these advanced mining machines up and running. These are not cheap. These are painfully expensive, actually. So this is going to be a advanced mining machine. 5 ingredients. And these are gloriously awesome. But the benefit to all of this is we can, you know, all of this stuff here is going to be proliferated. So you just eke out a little bit of extra gubbins from that. Okay, so titanium alloy. The tough part about the bus really is which order of what order of things, because you wanna try to cross your belts as few as possible. So going up, you want to get the first things coming down to be close, and as you go further and further away, you want to go out to the outside of this. So I think the super magnetic rings is going to be, yeah, those are going to be the closest, because these don't use regular processors, they use quantum. So there's the super magnetic rings. Then I think it's going to be the titanium alloy. Yep, there's the titanium alloy. Then it might be the frame material.
Well, I actually found rocks on the home planet that hadn't been plucked yet.
Oh yeah, there's stone. Oh, rocks like on the ground? Wow.
Yeah.
Quantum chips. And then frame material. Let's do frame material and quantum chips on the other side. So quantum chips. And then frame material. And then we just need the grading crystal, which I'm going to... No, I have to request it from an ILS, not a PLS. So let's do this. Request grading crystal. I don't need 10,000. Let's just request like, well, 2,000. And then I want to grab my... thing here. And then the grading crystal will be right here.
We have enough of these, so I can tear this down at any time. If it gets in the way, just let me know.
Alright, so that's the grading crystal there. Okay. Now. That's one thing. Do we have any grading crystal left?
No, sorry. I chewed it all up. I forgot that it actually requires those. Do you want me to tear this down and head out? Or should I leave it here for a bit?
Where are we going to make... Assuming we get the grading crystal, where are we making the photon combiners? Is that set up ready for grading crystal yet?
No, I was going to set that up on that planet.
Okay, so... Yeah. I want to take this, do grading crystal, just so this is ready to go. Yeah, might as well take this down.
Alright.
And then...
Because, yeah, I see it's a bit in your way.
Well, it's not really in the way, it's just... It's just in the way. Yeah.
I was gonna chime in with, it's not really in the way, it's just kind of in the way. Kind of really in the way.
Okay. I have so much miscellaneous shit on me.
Yeah, we should try and get some fidget spinners set up for the like base products, so we can just put those into our discard slots.
Yeah, I've just been voiding everything. Like if I have 2 titanium crystals in me, I just click them, hit delete, and then clear the litter. Like it's not worth the headache of trying to 108 copper, nope. 17, nope. Nope. And just like I don't need this shit on me, nor do I need it like I don't need to be able to like keep it. That's the thing is like we don't need to keep it. We literally are able to make infinite amounts of all of the things. And let's turn off. We don't need those. We don't need those. We don't need those. I'm trying to focus all of the dark fog stuff on the specific dark fog stuff that we can't craft. And we're missing one more. Strange matter is nice, but I don't think we need that either. The crystal explosive unit. No, we don't need those.
I'm gonna grab some of the ingredients for these so I can make them on the fly when I get to that planet.
Okay, yeah, let's head back to Beta Tauri 1.
I know we've mentioned this before, but it is kind of amazing how this game kind of jumped out of nowhere. You know, because there's been a lot of factory games, and it just kind of popped up, and it was on everybody's feet right away.
Yeah, it was astounding what they accomplished.
Yeah.
And the fact that somebody was able to do a multiplayer mod, like,
yeah.
And when I first saw the fact that somebody made a multiplayer mod, I'm like, no way. Like, no way. Somebody made a multiplayer mod? Like,
how could that possibly even work? And
yeah. That doesn't compute. Like, what? All right, let's take this guy out here. Z Squadron.
Oh. Wow, that was quite the landing. I popped out of hyperspace and was on the planet within 6 seconds. Or light
right.
speed, I should say. Or
I don't want to die again. I don't want to die again.
let's see. Lend you a hand. Oh, yep, there you go.
Go get him, drones. Go get him. I already cleared all the relays, so that should be no problem. There we go. Now,
It's a little bit of litter somewhere. Now to find those crystals. Oh, there's some.
yeah,
Oh.
there's exactly one deposit on this planet.
Right up here. So we're gonna have to start with one of the old tier miners.
The other thing I want to do is let's look at putting my blueprint, or I should say Nihilas's blueprint, for the planet coverage.
Good, I did bring some proliferation juice. Unintentionally, but, you know, it still works.
Okay. Let's see just how crazy. Alright. Planet scale, solar plus signal tower.
Yeah, that's a fair point, Aquine. Getting into it is a little intimidating. Because yeah, they kind of assume that you've played a bunch of it.
Well, it's a really hard balance to find in a game. Like you want to make, especially factory games, like you want to make the game engaging, fun, and you want your players to be challenged and have really interesting automation steps and really get deep into a factory game. Problem is, if somebody's new to factory games, like if you assume nobody has ever played a factory game before, that is a different game balance, right? That is a game balance far removed from if you assume, hey, the players have at least a understanding of factory games, right? And then you can balance it around a little bit more engaging, a little bit more complexity. So they're really mutually exclusive ways of balancing a game. And it's a really hard balance to find. It's really, really hard. I find that in my building of like vintage engineering, where, you know, if somebody doesn't have the experience, say, of building, you know, a factory, like if nobody has, in my case, if nobody has experience with something like immersive engineering or any other Minecraft-based factory game, if you don't have any of that experience, it's a very different mindset in terms of balancing the mod. Very, very different. And it's really hard to just assume, oh, either people are or not, right? Either direction is hard to assume. Because you know what they say about assume. And so you have to sort of understand that not, you know, the game developers, they're going to try their best to not make it too difficult, but if they make it too easy, then the hardcore factory players are going to get bored and move on right away. You're not gonna get them engaged at all if you make it too easy. So there are factory games out there that are relatively or easy. I don't know if easy is the right word, but there's a very, very nice game called Factory Town. I think the developer did a great job building up complexity. I would say if you've never ever played, if you're interested in factory games, Factory Town is a really, really nice sort of way of getting into a game like that. And it has its own unique art style, its own unique way of handling things, but I think it's done in a way that's very well done. And pretty easy to get into, and the later game is much more complex, but it's after you've done a whole bunch in the game already, right? So when you get into like sort of the weird magic stuff in Factory Town, it's after you've done a pretty decent chunk of that game. So it's, you know, at the beginning it's simple, you know, make wheat, make bread, push bread into town, profit, right? It's just very, very simple. And then it builds and builds and builds and builds from there. And by the time you get to the end game in Factory Town, you've got this humming little factory, and it feels really, really good. So yeah, that game I would recommend if you're interested in this genre, and want to get into and get some practice.
Shapes is another one.
Shapes.io, yes, that is another great example. All right, let's go to 00 again.
The sequel kind of rubbed Buggy the wrong way, or rather the dev of it.
Yeah, well,
Murphy thing for him to do.
Yeah, I just I don't know why they did what they did, but they basically told me, because I did a little video on like they put out at best it would be a tech demo, a proof of concept of Shapes 2. And so they put this out there in the world, like, hey, here's a possible, basically to like sell the Kickstarter for Shapes 2. And so I did a video on it. I did a video covering it. I was like, here's the tech demo, blah 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 blah. Covered the whole thing. And that video was up for a while. And I get an email from the developer. I was like, hey, can you please take this video down? This was not intended as a final game, etc., etc., etc. And I was like, what? You put this out into the world. Literally millions of people could have downloaded it. And you're telling me to take down my one video of a tiny channel that the video has maybe gotten 1,000 views? Like, you want me to take this video down? I was like, whatever, fine. I wanted to be on his good side, just in case, right? Well, a few months later, the dude sponsors another channel and basically pays another channel to cover, like, the updated version of the very thing that I covered on the channel. Literally paid some other channel to cover it, like sponsored it. I was just like, you wanted me to remove the video because probably most likely this other channel was like not wanting competition. That's basically the gist that I got out of that. Whoever that was like, I want my videos to be the only videos or something. Like, I know it sounds paranoid, but I just got this weird sensation. So I didn't actually delete the video. I just moved it to members only. It's the one and only members only video on my channel. Yeah. So it's yeah. Like, that video is still, it still exists. So it's just it's just my one members only video. And I could do a bunch of members only thing. I could do members only streams, but I literally right now have one member, and that's Patrick. I think, yeah, Patrick. So I don't do a lot of members only content because I would lock it all behind. I would lock it behind members only, which, you know, would be bad.
I haven't grabbed any of those miners. I figured I'd give you the honors of snagging the first ones.
Oh, yes. And the beauty thing about these is we don't need anything other than the miner, because they already have an internal supply, so we don't need like an ILS at all. $7,200 a minute, which is glorious. And if I come up here to my orbital, or my my ILS is up here. What I can do is give... I don't have any logistics drones?
Okay.
Well, that sucks ass. Yeah, I need some logistics drones up in the center one here.
Sure thing. Oh, it automatically put them in there for me as soon as I opened it. Nice. Let me grab some more so I can give them to you. If I can find them. There they are.
I did not realize I was out of them.
I carry 2 stacks of them just in case.
I usually do too, and I ran out of them, which is crazy.
Yeah.
All right, so there's a lot of other shit on this planet that we could tap into. I mean, there is 73 million iron. So one of the things, let's see. Fractal silicon, kimberlite ore. Why don't we get another miner or 2 on some kimberlite? Just so we have some extra.
Now, though, the really nice thing is that we just have to set down for the, set down these miners, and then we can do the logistics from the interplanetary ones.
Yep.
Do local manned, or did you already say that?
I said something akin to, we don't have to do anything other than put these miners down. Now when it comes to like iron and copper, I tend to smelt it before I put it in logistics, because there's really no point in shuffling the iron around, or the copper around, or the titanium around.
Is that the only kimberlite?
I've got one over here mining.
I've been searching for more, but not having much luck. There's one.
Okay. Yeah, there's a crazy...
Oh, yeah, this is one of those rare instances where you can't cover all of the deposits with one of the higher tier miner. But fortunately, it has an input slot, so all you have to do is cover it with one of the regular ones, and then belt it in. Which isn't necessarily 100% optimal, but it works.
Alright, so this one's going to be kimberlite. Local demand.
Oh, I forgot you can actually crank up the collection speed.
Oh, I always do that.
Oh, okay.
I always set it to 300. Okay.
I go heavily into the mining research, and it ends up not being necessary to crank up the power. But I don't know with your insane modded settings.
I don't think well, I know I do stuff. I do tweak the vein utilization. I do tweak that with my mod. I don't tweak it as high as some of my other settings. But I do tend to tweak it.
All right, my little mini setup here is defunct now. We have pretty much all we can get out of it. Whoa.
So I'm gonna turn this on because I'm getting tired of these rocks. Yeah, this is another mod. Laser, I think it's called laser clearing. It takes the place of the drone clearing. So the drone clearing mod, I actually looked at when this Dark Fog update came out. I actually looked to see how hard it would be to update the drone clearing. And let's just say that I gave up very quickly. Because the Dark Fog update completely rewrote the construction drones completely. They're like the old way and the new way, they don't match at all one another. So yeah, kind of rough.
Oh, Spy has been making some comments. Sorry if we're not intentionally ignoring you. Just sometimes difficult to keep an eye out.
Did you get this inspiration from your I wish my fever dreams gave me inspiration. I mean, if only they'd be useful. That would have been nice. Okay, so one of the things we're going to want to do before too long here is figure out a planet, a proliferation planet. And we are going to want to go crazy when it comes to that. So we need a system, ideally a system that has coal, that has kimberlite, and stalagmite crystal. Those three would be ideal. Now, this Beta Tauri has all three. And stalagmite in glorious amounts because of that. Because stalagmite crystal gives us a clean nanotube without any of the gubbins, right? Without any excess things. It's glorious. So we've already got stalagmites mining, I believe. We've already got these going. Oh, it looks like they're sending out another relay station to stalagmites. Let's. It's probably going to get blown away. Relay station and dead. Yeah, and Beta Tauri 3 looks like. Yep, it's still infected. So we have everything we need already. I think what we should do is go to the stalagmites planet and build a lot, because there's literally no other resources on the stalagmites planet other than stalagmites and coal and crude oil. Like, it's because it's an aqua planet. So we're gonna go. I've already got kimberlite being mined on this planet. So I think we're going to go to stalagmites since we're so damn close already.
I have a ton of stone on me. Should I, like, convert it to silicon?
What I tend to do is convert it into foundation. Through means of just a little foundation setup, but I mean, do with it what you want, I guess. And now we can use the glorious new miners on these stalagmites.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that those things are so late game, but they are such a game changer at the same time.
I mean, yeah, well, I don't mind things being a game changer late game just because it makes things interesting in my book. It's like, oh, we got this new toy. I don't like things being at the very end of the game. Like, the very last thing you get is this awesome widget. It's like, ooh, I got this awesome widget and I'm done playing the game. Like, there's nothing else left to do. There's still a ton left to do for us, so I'm not too worried. Where is the coal at? There's a coal vein. 2 million, I think. Proliferated, this will go a long ways. Let's do gathering. 1,200 a minute times 300. Is 3,600 a minute, which is not a lot. Let's see. Where's another coal? Oh, there's so much stalagmites on here. Okay. So now we're moving into with this setup, we're moving into this is gonna be iffy. Perfect. We're moving into like end game resources. So there's 7,200 a minute. So now with what changes for me, the blueprints, is DFC'd. Oh, basically what we're gonna do is do enclosed setups. I don't think I have blue proliferator. But yeah, this is an old one. Okay. So we are going to use ILS. We're going to have this coming out. This, we're going to have... I don't need those. Okay, no, maybe coal. And then we're going to have, obviously, these proliferated. Okay. And then we're going to have diamond. And we're going to have nanotubes. Production. Okay. And I'm a little too close to the edge here. So give yourself another tip. Give yourself plenty of room. There's no reason to get all squishy. Especially when you're learning. So the first thing we're gonna make is the yellow stuff. Now this is gonna use one every half a second. Now, remember we're proliferating all of this as well. So this is going to be where it gets crazy. Is my proliferation juice, the top tier of this stuff. Right. This is not the reported 25%. It's actually 200%. Because reasons. I make the proliferation stuff so worthwhile, you never not want to do it. You always want to proliferate. For reasons. So this is what makes this setup really interesting. Is how crazy this can get. How extreme this can get. And then we want to output pile sorter. Always output pile sorter. And so just the raw input here is one every half a second. So at 30 per second, we're going to run into a problem with 30 crafters because it's going to use all of those. But remember, we are going to be stacking these. Hopefully. Well, let's do this and this. Okay. So I want to make sure we're stacking these. So 30 should do it. So 15 on this side, flip it around, 15 on this side. You notice how long I made these? Like the perfect length? I meant to do that, I swear. All right. Now, the output from these, remember, we're going to be proliferating. So each one of these belts is going to be full. So this is going to output 2 full belts of yellows. Which is kind of crazy. How we let's think about this for a second. The next step is going to be diamonds. And then we look at here. So the next step is going to take 2 yellows and make 1 green every second. But then proliferated, it's actually going to make 3 green. It's going to take 2 in and make 3. So it's actually a net gain. But it takes 2. So a full belt of yellows will equal 115. Should be. If your numbers are a little off, if your ratios are a little off, at this the level of production we're talking about here, I'm going to be outputting an obscene amount of blue spray tan stuff. It's going to be obscene how much is going to come out of this. So I'm not worried about it. If we cheese it here or there. So if we go out this way and then go 1, 2, 3, 4 here. And then we go here. We go 1, 2, 3, 4 back. Right, and then we do another craft. This is going to be greens. Again, pile sorter on that. We do that. Oh yeah, and then I need diamonds. All right, so I know for a fact the yellows coming out of this are going to be spray tan. So I don't need to re-spray tan them up here. They're going to be covered. So there's one layer of greens here. And then we're going to do this one here. Yep, okay. Figured that might happen. Okay. So there's greens ready to go. Now I need to route these there.
I haven't been paying full attention, so I've lost the context, but got another comment from Aquine.
Yeah, I know I'm massively not getting ratios quite perfect. It's just I know that I'm gonna be making so many that it just won't matter. Whatsoever. Okay, so I want you, and then maybe. Right, so those are going to be diamonds. All right. Do I have any more? No. Okay. So the next step, I want to go this way with it because of how the grid works. As you get further up to the pole, your grids start changing and shrinking. So this next step is really where the rubber hits the road. We are gonna now make, it's again 2 greens and a nanotube make a blue times by 3. So we're actually gonna make 3. And then this stage we can really go crazy. So this is gonna come out this direction. And then we want this and this. And then we want 1, 2, 3 here. I hate that out of building range. 1, 2, 3 there. It's that out of building range is a thing from the multiplayer mod. That's why I'm running into that. Okay. And yes, you wanna spray tan. You want to proliferate your proliferation stuff because it gives you extra sprays. It like over doubles the amount of sprays you. So very much worth it. All right, and then we want that one. And that one. Okay. So, now that we have these coming in, and they're spray tan, we want to ensure, first of all, that these are going to be fed in. all up and through here. Okay. Now, the blues, we want to ensure this top one gets them first, right? We want to make sure we're not missing out on these spray tanning these. Okay. And then these are going to be blues. And I might be able to add 5 more. Okay, let's get some power. The reason I'm doing this now, like, why am I doing spray tan stuff now? Well, when we start making like solar sails, we're going to be making millions of solar sails, and all of them are going to get sprayed. And all of the things that we use to make solar sails is going to get sprayed. So we're just the amount of blue proliferation that we're using right now is like at a level. As soon as we start the Dyson Sphere components, it amplifies the amount that you use. So you have to be able to absorb. You have to be able to absorb a lot of production really, really fast.
Yeah, the resources required for that are a giant pyramid, and each level of that you're going to want to proliferate, so it exponentiates quickly.
Let's put I'm gonna put a couple planetary shields down here just to get a little extra protection. Okay, so if I do this, okay. Now, here, it's going to be coal, coal, coal. Here is going to be diamond, diamond, diamond. This one's going to be nano, 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 nano.
There's an old reference.
That's a very old reference. All right. Now, I might have just enough. Let's do local demand.
Since you referenced Robin Williams, I actually saw a movie of his from 2014 that I had never heard of before.
Yeah, what's that?
God, I can't remember the name of the movie. I'll try and look it up, but it was kind of low profile. It's weird. It's like he was taking a lot of low profile movies near the end. There was another one that I think was his actual last one. Absolutely Anything. I think that was his last role, and he played the voice of a dog in that. Final Cut, or The Final Cut, has Robin Williams, Mira Sorvino, and Jimmy Caviezel? Something like that. But yeah, it was a little weird. Not gonna say it was bad, but it was weird.
Okay, I'm gonna need to make diamonds here too.
Nope. The one I'm referencing was kind of a dystopian future type one. Well, not terribly dystopian, but
I gotta take a bio break. I'll be right back.
I never know what to do when Buggy goes AFK. It'd be nice to like engage with chat and stuff, but that's not always easy to do, especially with stream delays. Sometimes it can be like 5 minutes or so before I get a response, and then by then Buggy's usually back.
All right. Yeah, sorry I bumped the mic off when I probably blew out your eardrums. Okay, I want to let's see. Probably do stone. Okay. Need to set up a nice little system for making diamond. A very, very simple system. And I'm pretty sure it's just a smelter. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. And this is going to be kimberlite. And then we'll request blue spray juice. In with normal, out with the pile sorter. $15 there. Rotate it. 15 there. Let's check that ratio once more. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, this is going to make an unholy amount of diamonds. Kimberlite is like one of those resources in this game, unlike like bracket silicon, or I don't even know like what other like, but yeah, kimberlite is a crazy benefit to or boost to diamond production. Like crazy how good it is. Okay, so let's get you, and then let's get some of these. Yeah, this will be an unbelievable number of diamonds. Okay. Now, let that charge up a teeny bit, and then we want to do remote demand for kimberlite. Since I know we're not grabbing it, but we're not mining it here because there's literally only coal and stalagmites here. So good times. And then these diamonds will come up here. And then those will get dumped into here. And then we want... Let's do a... Since we're making these locally, let's do local demand for the tubes. And I want to make sure when we get these that I spray tan and keep these spray tan. They're already spray tan. Fantastic. I do like when they come pre-tanned. All right, what's taking so long with the kimberlite here? Oh, I don't have it. Derp. Yeah, let's rethink this. And then we could add diamonds to this.
Did I mention that we had a good question from Aquine?
Many times when I need more different materials, I don't want scaling. Yeah, I mean, it can be daunting, certainly. I mean, one way of, you know, keeping yourself from getting overwhelmed, just kind of one at a time. I need more iron. Let's put more iron. And you just go crazy. You don't build one iron, build 5 of them. Just build a bunch of them. You may or may never need it. Like, you just build a bunch. And then copper, and then silicon. And eventually you just have so much material. All right, now we are going gangbusters. That is a lot of blue spray juice. Yeah, that's a lot. We are not going to be hurting at all. Considering how much we're actually using. Like, look at how slowly I could yeah, I could add a whole lot more in here. But we're gonna fill this thing up real fast. This says home star system. What about the current local planet? There we go, 5,400 a minute. That's what we're looking at. 5,400 a minute. Not bad. Not bad at all. So now, and we're actually using diamonds in various places. So now that we have a production of these, I could expand quite a bit. Because remember, when these things are finishing, this is what's glorious about this recipe, right? With proliferation. 1 kimberlite ore makes 2 diamonds. With proliferation, 1 kimberlite ore makes 6 diamonds. It's crazy. So, now that we have blue proliferation juice in vast amounts, like vast amounts, we are not going to be shy of blue juice anymore by any stretch. So anywhere that we want to request that is going to have zero problem with as much as we possibly can. I mean, 5,400 a minute, and we have, I could probably triple that with how much we have on the belts here between green, like the proliferation of yellow. I could add probably another set of greens on here with another set of output for the belt, and then do probably triple the amount of blues that we have. Like, I could just go crazy with that production. But right now I want to focus on how we're going to make things and stuff. See, Oz is on Beta Tauri 1, so let's head back there. And
I made a foundation setup, but to to try and chew through the stone, it ended up being pretty large, and it hasn't made much progress. Strange, I only have 2 of those laser collectors active right now. I wonder if they got... I think they kind of get stuck collecting on...
They do. You have to disable and enable them to sort of reset them.
Okay. That helped, but I think it's still trying to collect some that it can't for some reason.
Yes, there are some in the lava. For some reason, they report as being mineable, but they're not. So you just gotta clear out the lava with some foundations. It'll stop the lasers trying to get to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I've noticed. It's like it reports it as mineable, but it's not actually mineable. It's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was what was mostly holding it up too.
Yep. That's what happens. All right. Ah, where's this setup? There it is. I got a bunch of stone on me.
Oh yeah, it's near the those crystals. The main reason we came.
Ooh, look at all that this is all foundation from rock that we've mined up off the planet.
The first row is not, because I needed more space
Ah.
to pick up more.
Okay. But still,
But the rest,
this is
yeah.
almost full. Like, that is a lot of foundation.
Yup. And I mean, look at the stone input too. It's barely put a dent in it.
Yeah, the spraying them helps too.
Yeah.
That makes a huge difference. So it would almost be worth not spraying the stone, but I don't.
Yeah, that would. I mean, I thought about that. That might be a good idea.
But you know, it's foundation. We'll find a use for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have we wanted to start making the photon combiners, the grading crystal, and then the circuits. Circuits, I think we can pull in.
Yep.
And then that's a 3-second craft with a assembly. So if we plan on a stacked belt of either one of those, that would be 120 per second. Divided by 3 would be 40 craft. But our crafters our Mark 3s are 1.5. That's more like a 2-second craft. So a 2-second craft would be 120 per second.
So to fill a belt, it would be 240 of them.
That doesn't. Okay, my brain. Oh man. 120 per second. 2-second craft would be. Yeah, that would have to be. That sounds wrong. Why does that sound wrong? 240. 240. That's 120 on a side. Do we have enough circuit production for that?
Yeah, I think we do.
Okay.
I think there was 6 branches to the circuit production.
Well, let's just carve this space out here, and Os can help finalize it. But we're gonna do an ILS. And the belt. And then we're going to have another. Well, let's do this belt. And this belt here will be to supplement that. This belt here will be to supplement that. I hate not having the logistics.
The output.
Not stacking that stuff, because it's so handy when you finally get that research done. 1, 2, 3, and then that one comes back. 1, 2, 3, that one comes back. And then I want this blue.
That's right, you need white science for that.
Okay.
We actually could just about get that going now.
No, you need antimatter for white science.
Just about going. Yeah, so we need the
We need a
solar
Yeah.
sails.
and then we need ray receivers. And
Yep. So are we going to worry about multiple Dyson spheres in this game, or we're going to go for like one big one on a blue star?
Well, we have 2 O stars, so I'm thinking 2 Dyson spheres. That was my thoughts. Then this goes out. Okay, so is it right to have 120 of these on the side? Like, that's a lot. That doesn't sound right. 2-second craft. I mean, let's look at it at 30 per second. A 2-second craft is 60. Yeah, I think that's because that's 15. So 30 would get us out to about here. That is 1/4 the number of crafters. Let's
Might wanna just calculate for the final tier of assembler, because that's double rather than 1.5.
Well, yeah, production speed 3x. So that would be a 1-second craft. A 3-second craft divided by 3 would be a 1-second craft.
That'd be 120 rather than 240.
So that'd be 60 on the side. Jesus. Okay, well, we need to stretch out the belts. Like, a lot. This is why I put this where I put this.
What you might want to do is just do a copy paste. Get it set
Yeah,
up.
you could do that. You could do that. But oops, that's the wrong direction for that. Let's actually go the other way. This. So let's do like half. So that's 15. 30. What? Why aren't these recipes set? Damn it. Sworn I set the recipe before I did. Okay, so that's half of what we can do. You want to do the power. I typically do power. Come on, actually place the damn thing when I click, please.
Oh yeah.
Every third insert, right?
All right.
That's kind of how I balance or how I offset it. It really depends on like how crazy like where your grid is, but every third is usually covers it.
Yeah, that usually does it.
Okay, so
Depending on the hemisphere, I like to do them in between because that halves the amount that you need. But if you copy paste it, that's not guaranteed.
so we have, and then the grading crystal is local. And then these are just going to go right back in, like so. And this local demand. Okay.
I'll take a bio break.
Okay, so let's do this one. Going to be circuits as well as. And then this is going to be grading crystal. So if that's half of what we need, or half of what we could do, this is going to be local demand. And that's going to grab all of those. Let's add these. There we go. Photon combiner. Ready to rock and roll. And this is half of our production. We don't have enough optical grading mining to keep up with this full blast. Like one of these mining down here, I don't think is enough. We are basically drawing it every time it hits, we're drawing it out. So if we did our production look again, we could see grading crystal. Well, I mean, we are okay. Yeah, we're not actually consuming all that many. Only 1,800. So well, let's do this. Yeah, okay. So I sit corrected. We are not actually needing. There we go. Our production's starting to drop. That machine's probably full. But yeah, only 1,800 a minute. That's nothing. Gloriously easy. So the solar sails then, if we wanted to, solar sails are here, is graphene and those photon thingies. Now graphene, I'm pretty sure we have a fire ice set up somewhere making obscene amounts of graphene. Maybe. But that's definitely going to be proliferated. So yeah, it's probably making a lot. Not the one caveat is, are we chewing up that hydrogen? We are going to be eventually making so many deuterium fuel rods, these things here, for the rockets, that we won't have really any spare hydrogen anywhere. Like we're going to be consuming so much hydrogen in order to make those. So I'm not too worried about having hydrogen sitting around, because we'll eventually be making metric tons of it. So yeah, we could technically be making solar sails, and these make 2 at a time, 2 every 4 seconds, and like, the graphene, that's going to be crazy. I'm going to get rid of that, fill that in. Pretty sure that goes there. There we go. So, solar sails. We need bajillions of these. Like, bajillions. So, he's back. Alright, let me clear this, and this, and this, and this, and these. And litter goes away. I don't delete the dark fog, like the new dark fog things, because yeah, we need those. So, solar sails. Let's do an enormous solar sail setup. So, let's check blueprints first. don't think I have ILS 2 input craft. Yeah, I don't think I have a solar sail set up. These are definitely assemblers. So, if I do this, this, okay. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I love having the fast bots. It was so painful when we first started this game, having all those bots like just so damn slow. But now I don't know if proliferating the solar sails is worth it when you output them. Like, is it worth it? Like, I have no idea. But I am in the proliferate everything sort of camp, so it's getting sprayed. But this I want to do blue. We do not. Well, no. I'm gonna do blues down here. Local demand. The reason I do local demand is one of our polar things is actually requesting the blues for the whole planet. So it's a lot easier to just do local demand here and grab them from the pole rather than have another logistics thing come out here.
Yeah, sometimes doubling it up can get a little overwhelming.
Okay. Now, this craft, 4-second craft makes 2. But we are going to triple that. 4-second craft. Well, it's not even going to be 4 seconds. It's going to be 3 seconds. Or I don't know. 4 divided by 1.5. 3.25. 4 divided by 1. 2.6 seconds. 2.67 seconds. So a little over 2.5 seconds. So this is going to output so many sails that we're going to need multiple belts output. Multiple stacked output belts to keep up. What is the over-under on how many crafters we can put before we want to branch it out to a secondary? Because it's going to produce 6 every 2.6 seconds. Um, so if we do 6 every 2.6 seconds divided by 2.67, that is 2.2 per second. Okay. 2.25 per second. Which means, so if we do 120 divided by 2.25. No, is that right?
I'm gonna do a different tact, so I'm gonna
go at it a different way. Yeah, because I look at needing 53 crafters.
80 divided by 3? I think. Because that's what the max tier assembler is, right? 3 times?
Oh, I know. I wasn't thinking of the max tier. Yeah, it is 3x.
So 27.
27 crafters to fill a belt.
Yep.
Okay. So if we base it around that, then I think when I'm finally out of the coffee that I have, I think I'm gonna go for a while without drinking coffee. I think it's time to. I think it's time to shy away from drinking so much coffee all week, which sucks. But it's gonna mean a far more amount of tired. There's 15. So you said 27.
Yep.
Okay,
Technically
well,
26 and 2/3, but
so 15. There's 30, 29, 27, 20. Jesus Christ. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26. Let's do 26. Isn't that what you said?
yep, 26 and 2/3.
Yeah,
so.
26 is fine. A little wiggle room to ensure they're good to
I'll
go.
shave these belts off.
But the point of this was that we're going to be able to feed much more into this. Well, I guess the output, yeah. If we're maxing the output, the having extra belts spun around here would just kind of be a pain in the ass. So let's push out the blue. Do you want to do power?
Sure. Got to do it right there on the first. Oh, you did it that way.
No, that's fine. You don't have to min-max that shit. Just got to start somewhere.
Is true. I tend to min-max and probably too much.
Okay. Now I need to actually request the shit. Let's do those. And graphene. God, I hope we have a crap ton of graphene set up.
If I remember right, I did a pretty fair setup, but knew that we'd have to readdress it. Or did I do the carbon nanotube? I can't remember.
I did the carbon nanotube on this planet.
Ah, okay. I meant the main planet. I was more just mumbling myself on which I had. Oh, and I don't even know if the setup I had done was linked to the logistics. That might have been local planet.
There we go.
So I was thinking of something. What was kind of your first exposure to the automation genre?
Well, depends on how you define it. Um,
Yeah, because Minecraft was kind of the brain or the inspiration for a lot of the automation genre games.
I mean, depending, yeah. Well, in my, if you look at, how to put this, if you include like logistics into that, like Transport Tycoon Deluxe back in the '90s, I
Yeah,
played
true.
the hell out of that. Like I played so much of that, and that was logistically supplying factories, delivering the goods to the city. Like that was my first sort of taste of supply and demand logistics games. And I was
True.
hooked. Like I was hooked, man. I don't know why, as I think about it, and it's like, why the hell would this be fun? This is literally someone's job. Like figuring out logistics. I have a family member, my younger brother's fiance. They do this work. They source material and they find suppliers and they work out logistics. Like so to me it's a very bizarre fact that I love this kind of game. Now raw, when you're looking at the micro of it, building the actual factories, building the belts, I would have to say Factorio. Wait, like early days Factorio. Like 1. I don't even know, like 1.11 or I'm not 1.11, like .11, like way early on. Not early as in terms of like crazy early, because it had been developing for several years before I got a hold of it. But yeah, Factorio was the game that I played. I'm like, holy, it was tickling a part of my brain that no other game really focused on, right? It was a laser focus. Modded Minecraft came before that, and I had played more modded Minecraft in the, let's say, year leading up to Factorio than I care to admit. Because I remember very distinctly a friend of mine at the time started playing Minecraft on his Xbox. And he's like, you gotta try this game. This is crazy. And I remember playing it, and it was very hard to play on the Xbox multiplayer because you only got a little corner of the screen to look at. Because obviously the screen had to be split with how many players were there. So 3 of us were playing. We each got a quarter of the screen. Like it was very hard to play. And vanilla Minecraft, that catered to like the Lego builder in me, because when I was really young, I played with Legos like crazy. I loved the just blank slate creativity that you could just, your imagination could just go wild and build whatever you wanted to build. Spaceships to buildings to castles to whatever you wanted, right? Legos were the blank slate. Nowadays, Lego, like, if you want to be creative with Legos, you have to like buy them in bulk, and you have to spend exorbitant amounts of money on Legos, because all the sets now include very specific Legos, like like very specific ones And it's the
Yeah,
only
there's
way to
specific
find...
pieces that
Yeah, the only way to get that piece is in that set. And it's crazy. Back in my day, Lego sets, I mean, you got massive amounts of generic Legos in Lego sets. You know, 2x6 studs, 1x X studs, like... And so you had a few Lego sets, and you could just mix and match and then build them. But now they're just too specific and way too expensive. Like, way.
yes.
If anything should have gotten cheaper over the years, it should have been Legos. It's just freaking plastic. I mean, come on. It's plastic. The cheapest substance on Earth. Literally.
Yeah, I mean, I think it wouldn't quite work very well, but you could darn near print them, 3D print Legos now.
I mean, you could you would need a 3D printer that is really accurate.
Yep. That would be the thing.
Um
And I think the material might not be quite right.
But so I'm of the generation of Lego builders that thoroughly loved God where are you? Are you around me anywhere?
Little ways away.
God
I can
damn
be right
it.
there. What's up?
There's a silicon vein over to the east of me. I need you to cover that up so I can paste this blueprint.
Ah.
Just go straight east.
Oh, straight east. There it is. Feels so wrong.
I know, it does. There's just not a lot of silicon on this planet anyway. So.
Yeah. Now I wonder, can you like put miners down even though it's undercover? Nope. Requires resource.
Oh shit. Oh well. They're pre-proliferated, so it is what it is. All right, so that is two. That's two solar sail makers. I think that's going to be good for solar sails. So now we want to think about the rocket Duvalakis. So we're going to need Dyson Sphere components. We're going to need small carrier rockets, and we want to proliferate the rockets because, yeah, you get like massive boost with your launchers. Your launchers can do like twice as fast, 2 or 3 times faster. It's crazy how fast you can launch them when they're spray tan. But I think we're going to need some fuel. Like, we're going to need a lot more deuterium production. We may need more of the frame material. I'm not sure how much of the frame material we're making, but God, that recipe is just brutal. 6-second craft to make 1. So proliferated, that is, I mean, that's 3 every 6 seconds. It's not too bad, but it adds up fast. 8 seconds for those. We might need another processor setup, to be fair. And then 3 sails go into that. Jesus. It just doesn't stop. The craziness doesn't stop. So now we want to think about like where we want to build this. And we have the solar sails ready to go. And we're definitely going to be building this around a type O planet. There's an O star. And I should have, I should have that researched. So look at that. Alf Kirk Looks like it's the closest O star. 155 million iron, 211 million copper, 225 million silicon, 311 million stone. That's a glorious amount of stone, I have to say. That might be a good, like, might be a good spot for glass, titanium glass, etc. But this O-type star, that's a lot of planets around an O-type star. We have two hives? Yeah, 2 hives. So, part of the factory I like doing locally to where I'm actually going to launch these. So it has less to travel. So Beta Tauri, I mean, we're right next to this planet, or this star, so this is good. I'm not gonna...
The other O star.
The other O star, I think, is a lot further away. There it is. Epsilon Reticuli. Way out there. Like, way out there. 25 light years away.
Okay.
So, way out there. But Alfkirk here is nice and close. This is a beautiful thing. Now, Alfkirk 1, that might be... that could be very close to the Dyson shell. That, as far as how big this can get, I'm not 100% sure. So I think we might use number 2 as our launching platform, because that actually has very few resources on it. Like, very few. Except for silicon, of course. There's always one. So...
Is it a problem if it's within the sphere?
It doesn't hurt anything. It's just a pain in the ass to launch, like, solar sails, because the angles...
Okay.
The angles that it tries to launch, it's a lot easier to do it when it's further away. So, what we can do is maybe set up, craft. So I want to launch from 2, the solar sails and the ships. But I think we'll craft them on 3 or 4, whatever. Like, so what I can do is I can go to 2 myself and clear it out. Maybe. Let's check to see how much of the gubbins I have left. I think I have enough of those. Yeah, I might be able to do this. So let's Alright. And of course I'm picking up much more stone, because reasons.
Yeah.
Oh man, I literally landed on the North Pole. That's glorious.
Very nice.
Okay. So, we have...
Oh, for Kimberlite vein. Feels bad to overwrite that, but...
So, first blueprint goes down is my custom polar logistics with reduced overhead. Where's my... Where are my setups? There they are. Okay. Then I find the power right there. And then do the planet scale fusion power. Tab. That goes down. Then we want to make sure this is get remote demand. Connect that up. Then we go over to the missiles. We make sure missiles are also remote demand. Blueprint. Planet scale. Missile ring. Do tab on this. Click. And there's no threat here. There's no threat because we're not generating any power right now. So your threat only happens when there's power. And then we might as well drop in while we wait for the missiles and such. Because as soon as we power this and we start fighting the hive, the space hives will not appreciate it.
I don't know why, but that just sounds kind of funny. This space hive.
Space. So these are all level 13s again.
As you probably noticed, I'm making use of some of the multitudes of foundations that I
And there's a ton more Brock on this planet too, I noticed.
Yeah.
Okay, so the other thing I want to do is set upper air to low. Copy and then paste. You just want a smattering. You want a smattering of these. If you're not farming them, you want a smattering this to be relays because reasons. Okay. Now we are primed and I can just grab one single thing from my inventory and really make them mad.
Funny how quickly it's just like, yep, we're annoyed. It'd be very nice if it was easier to foundation a planet.
It would.
It's a little bit ridiculous how cumbersome it is. For all the quality of life features in the game already. And even that's really shocking in this game, is how much of an emphasis they put on quality of life early on. I mean, it's probably still has quite a ways to go compared to a game like Factorial, but Factorial has been in development a lot longer, and has pretty much created a new genre for automation, which is quality of life automation.
Why aren't my drones going? Go fly, drones. Fly away. You're supposed to fly to places. Go.
I just realized I've been covering up resource deposits.
Really not a lot of resources on the planet to begin with, except for silicon, I guess. Oh my god, it's just... Can we please, drones, kill these things? Please? Pretty please? Woof. God, those point defenses are rough. These bases on this planet were pretty mature.
Yeah?
Pretty mature. Oh, there's a level 25 base.
Nice.
Of course, it's the one I'm taking out.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, I just got some unipolar magnets. I'm like, holy crap, unipolar magnets.
Nice. Remember, right? There's something high level that needs those.
Those smelters.
Smelters. Okay.
Yeah, and usually the only place to find them is either the black hole planet or the neutron star planet.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm down to 110,000 foundations.
Down to... Jesus. All right. Oh. Protect me.
Well, I'm just gonna have to come back through and check. On the dark side of the planet, it's very difficult to see what's concrete and what's not. Is this title locked? No, looks like it's not.
Right, I think that's the last. So now I find 00. It should be really easy to build on this planet. There's literally nothing around.
Yeah, resources are pretty...
Oh, there's no water, there's no lava, there's no... there's no nothing. It's just all building. This is perfect, the perfect planet for launching things and stuff from. So, planet scale, solar and signal tower. I want to make sure we are right there. Okay. So if anybody has not been watching my my Twitter account, which I understand if you're not, because it's Twitter and it's... I tweeted on there yesterday. I found out, just on a whim, I went to the Hightail or Hypixel Studios jobs to see what jobs they had posted. And this is the studio supposedly making Hightail. And you don't want... If you don't know the drama behind that, I'm not gonna recap it. I did do a video back in like November about why the game is basically doomed, and to put an emphasis point on that video, something I discovered yesterday, it just adds another layer of oh my god to the story. The studio for Hightail is literally hiring a director of monetization. Director of monetization. If that doesn't put a cold chill down your spine for this game, then you're the perfect customer. Because to me, that is one of the biggest glaring red flags that you could ever possibly do. Like, the insanity of that, the prospect of that is insane to me. I seem to have 400 Ada Phonesis. Looks like I have 400 things I have to go dump over there. Anyway, so yeah, director of monetization. And if you read if you read the description of the you know, the duties of the job, it is exactly what you would expect of somebody who needs to monetize as many little bits and bobs of the game as possible, like finding ways of monetizing content. Like, so the game that they are building is not the game that we collectively as a community want. I know,
or that the original devs had not necessarily promised, but had the goal of making. It's the exact opposite.
yeah, like if they had this pie in the sky desire to make game XYZ, and they because they started the project because Mojang and Microsoft, when Microsoft bought them, Minecraft, because the Hypixel, their bread and butter is Minecraft servers and mini games, right? So people pay for these things. Well, Microsoft came in and said, you can't be making money off of our product, right? So it chopped about 80% of their income down. So they're like, what do we do? Well, how about we make a game? How about we make a game that does the same sort of things, that's updated and upgraded and better performing and moddable, right? All of the things that I was really excited for. Moddable, like updated everything, updated engine, like everything was looking good. Trailer looked awesome. And it was like, yes, all of that, yes. I got super excited for it. I even interviewed for a job with them years ago. Like, I was on board with this project 100% in. And then it became clear things were not what they seemed to be. Things were not going well. And they were quiet for like an entire year on progress because of they just did things so in the wrong way. Because of the hype of the game, there was a whole lot of interest in other companies. You know, they produced the trailer and they would built so much hype around it. They didn't even have a game yet. And they're able to sell the studio. They were able to sell it to another company. And that doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you sell before you actually release a product and potentially be worth 10 times the amount you're already selling for, right? In the world of acquisitions, the value of your company is derived from the revenue you're able to generate. So why, before you generate a single dollar of revenue, would you sell anything? Why would you not turn around and prove that you sold 30 million copies of a game and then turn around and be like, hey, now somebody can buy us now that we're worth 10 times what we were before? That's how it's supposed to happen. Selling before that is super, super shady to me. Super suspicious. It's incredibly suspicious. Why would you sell it out that fast? Why not get a little VC money, get enough money to finish the game, finish the project, you know, maybe sell 10%, you know, give away 10% of the stock to a VC firm with all that hype. Why sell the company outright? Not only that, but sell the company outright to a Chinese company. They sold the Riot Games. Riot Games is owned by, I think, Tencent, which is a Chinese company. So it's like, yeah, they have deep pockets because they are buying as much as they possibly can to dominate the market. It's a freaky, scary political thing. And stripping a lot of your autonomy in the process. So for me, I'm super suspicious of that. And part of me is just like, well, okay, well, let's see what happens. And then it's just snowballed from there. It's just like years went by. They finally announced that they have to recode the whole game. So they have to reprogram the server and the client from the ground up. After years of development, they're years into development, and then they announce that we're redoing the whole project. Like, so anyway, the levels of BS that the community has dealt with for this super hyped up game has only shown the lack of progress. And this director of monetization hire, to me, is the next biggest red flag. Because if you're looking for a director of monetization, that means you're looking for microtransactions. That's what that means to me. Microtransactions. And think of the number of games, mainstream, globally played games, that have microtransactions. Can you think of any? And I'm not talking like Helldivers, right? That was like cosmetic stuff. Or Dragon, what was the game? There was a Dragon something game that just came out where they did some super shady monetization. Where fast traveling, they sold these waystones. You could find waystones very rarely in the world, but you had to use them to fast travel, right? So the ones you would find in the naturally, very, very rare. So you couldn't fast travel just everywhere, but you could buy some for real money,
Wow.
right? And you could buy these waystones to fast travel in the game for real money. That's a monetization level of shit, right? That's what we're looking at for Hightail, is that level of you just want to beat your face into the desk going, what are you doing? Dragon's Dogma. Yes. The microtransactions. And people who tolerate games that do that or give excuses to games that do that, all you're doing is heralding in more games that do that by tolerating that and accepting that and, God forbid, paying for that. And the people who are like, oh, just ignore it or just do this. It's like, when you think about a slippery slope of game design, this is what we're talking about, is this 20-year erosion. Look at what early access has done to the games industry. Look at the erosion of confidence in early access. Even though early access, it's built right in. It's not meant for mainstream 1.0 product. It's not a finished product. And yet, somebody comes out with an early access game, they're immediately slammed for bugs. They're immediately slammed for it's not complete. It's it's early access. For some reason, the people's mindset is still the insanity. And yeah, there's a lot of people that wait for 1.0. But for me, I'm just let's see.
One thing I've always found really odd is And this kind of speaks to the same kind of thing you're talking about. The way that cell phone games, the way apps run on cell phone, you know, they they could release games in the typical generic fashion where, you know, you buy a copy of it and then it's yours.
Yes.
But no, so many of them go the route of having um, microtransactions or built-in ads and stuff like that. It so much that it's expected. It would be odd to actually pay for a game in itself. It's the
Yeah,
exact
I
opposite.
would. What's funny is I would rather spend $5, etc., on a solitaire game that has 0 ads, or I would rather
And
spend. In what?
And tracking, because that's another thing that people completely ignore is the amount of
Oh
tracking
yeah, my
built
data
into
mining.
ads. Yeah.
Like my poor grandma, she has literally played over 150,000 games of solitaire on her tablet. That's all she does is sit in her chair all day long and play solitaire. That's all she does. And yet she has to be exposed to all these ads, even though she doesn't have money to shop or buy a damn thing that the ads are showing her. She still has to be subject to those. And I would rather, like, buy her a solitaire game, a nice, well-programmed solitaire game that has no ads and no BS, that she could just play to her heart's content and not have any of that sort of BS, because it drags the battery down. It's so stupid. The greed is just ridiculous when it comes to mobile games. The greed, like, I have stopped. Me and my brother both have stopped playing Clash of Clans
Oh man.
because the company, the last 6 months, the company has gone out of their mind with the amount of shit that you have to manage and upgrade, and the constant events. If you were to play that game as a full-time job, and I'm talking 8 hours 5 days a week, you might be able to get through all of the features of that game. It would take a full-time job level of time dedication to build and to take advantage of all of the things in that game. It is obscene how much time that game steals from you, and how obscenely expensive the upgrades in the later stages of the game are. And they're constantly, every month, it seems, they're adding, because they just added hero equipment. And rather than heroes coming with equipment, now they've split it out where hero equipment is separate, and it's separately upgradable, and there's 3 other resources that it takes to upgrade them, and those resources are exceptionally rare, and there's a special event every month to get those resources. It is obscene how much time that game takes. It's obscene. And it's like, do these developers not realize that this is supposed to be a effing casual game? Sit on the toilet, play a few games, and go on with your day. No. You literally can sit for 6 hours straight playing this game. And that's just on one base. My brother was managing 37 bases. I was managing 5 because we were just in a clan by ourselves. We didn't want to deal with other players. So we needed enough bases to be able to do wars and stuff. So I was managing 5, which was overwhelming for me. He was managing 37. So you can imagine his ass is like, holy, way overwhelmed. So I understand his like, man, I got cat here on my microphone. It's just like my microphone is literally fuzzy. So Clash of Clans, I would imagine if I were to look at the statistics for Clash of Clans, it's the average player base. It's been falling for years. Like it peaked a while ago, but I would imagine it's going to erode really fast. And the developers, the company behind it, are going to be scrambling for trying to figure out what's going on. Why is our player base abandoning this game? Right? They're abandoning their bases. Why? It is obscenely complex. How much stuff you need to manage, how much stuff you need to max. And it's all geared towards buying gems, buying power-ups. It's all to spend real money. The whole enchilada is to spend real money. And yeah, if you are a Saudi billionaire and you've got money to burn, those are your whales. That's where they make their money. Because every time a new every time a new clan town hall level is released, they update the monetization cost of maxing out your base. And people have worked out roughly how much it would cost if you started a brand new base. If you downloaded Clash of Clans today and you didn't want to spend the literal years of real life that it would take to max that base out, it would take literally years. If you wanted just to gem speed everything, if you didn't want to farm, the cost, real world money that it would take to max the base out to max level Town Hall 16 is in excess of $50,000. In excess. Probably closer to $70,000. That's what you're talking about. Is everything in the game is geared towards that. It's probably even more now because it's just obscene. It's obscene how much money it costs. And that's not even counting the Capitol Hall. The Capitol Hall is a completely separate thing that it's obscene. Let me catch up on chat. Early access now means it needs to be in a playable state. Yeah. I mean, early access is playable 100%, and it's not feature complete. That's what early access. And it also means, hey, we need a little bit of money because we have bills to pay, and we've been programming on this for 5 years. That's what it also means. Unfortunately, it also means that people can take advantage. It is possible for people to take advantage and sell games in early access and just sort of make a little bit of money and then move on. And that has happened.
Steam has tried to curtail that behavior some, but
how many ands can you put in a game? The game. Ands. That is such an abstract sentence.
It was. I think he posted that when you were talking about Clash of Clans, and you said and this and.
Oh
that, and
man,
this.
yeah. Clash of Clans is insane. I would advise never ever starting that. The game is so perfectly designed to get you to spend real money that you will find yourself spending real money without ever thinking, like, it will convince you that spending real money is the right thing to do because of how it's balanced. When each one of your wall pieces takes 7 million gold or elixir to upgrade each wall piece, and you have like 150 wall pieces to upgrade, like, It's obscene how much it costs. And then the walls don't even do that much. There are a myriad of ways of getting around walls in the game. It's not even worth upgrading them. Like, it's so stupid. Anyway, yeah, it's just not worth playing anymore. We might still try to get our bot. My brother programmed a bot to actually attack. It actually attacked for us, and it would max out your resources on your base, and it would do upgrades for you. Like the bot he built was really, really good, but it was based around BlueStacks, and BlueStacks, that's the emulator for Android. Well, the Clash of Clans people realized this was a problem, and so BlueStacks can't even run the game anymore. You can't even run Clash of Clans anymore within BlueStacks. It's just not functional. So that just completely negated the bot, and which was probably the reason why they did it. But then they released a desktop app and allows you to play on a desktop app, but that's got its own quirks. And yeah, bot wise, it's still going to be possible. It's going to take a lot of effort to build the bot back to what it was. I wanted to play EVE Online, but the constant buy. Oh yeah, I've never played EVE. I know Condomize was a big EVE player for a while. He was actually earning a living playing EVE. He had several accounts, and he had a whole factory shipbuilding thing going where he was actually selling ships, and he was actually able to manufacture ships and then sell them for several grand of real money. Even though the developers are like not wanting you to do that for some reason, like this whole economy built up in the game, and the developers like, no, we don't want you doing that. It's like, why? Because they weren't able to get a piece of it. That's why they were not wanting it. I can guarantee you that's why. We want a piece of the action.
To play devil's advocate, another layer of that is potential liability. Since they run the game, they are potentially liable for anything that may occur as a result. You know,
not necessarily.
Not necessarily, but since you can sue anybody for anything.
Yes.
And potentially get into court, and to avoid that isn't necessarily a mark against them, I'd say.
Right, but
in their case,
if it's an insane lawsuit, the judge is just going to laugh in the face of the person who filed it. The company's going to have deep enough pockets where they're going to be like, bring it on. Like, you know how many lawyers we can hire? Like, you better be damn sure that there's a reason, So yeah, liability exposure is a thing, and I understand that. But when you sign up for the game, the terms and conditions that people just usually accept without reading, that's where the cover the ass is for the company. So inside of the terms and conditions is probably language that limits the liability of anything outside the game being done. Any trading, anything like that. And it probably outlines like, you won't do this. So if they catch you, they'll just ban your accounts.
But that was part of my point, is that at that point they need to have lawyers to address all that stuff, and that's just extra expense. I mean, having an entire department devoted to handling those situations, which they probably do anyway, but
All right. So this planet is not going to have a factory on it. This is strictly going to be the launch planet. So let's head to 3, I think. Yeah, let's head to 3.
I think we'll be back here, so I'm just going to leave this foundation set up here. Oops. I meant to tear down the foundation setup that was on that previous planet, but I didn't. But we'll probably be back there at some point too.
All right, so this planet's got 6 5Ds on it.
But yeah, overall, like the whole gestalt of what we were talking about is it's just really sad what is happening and has happened to the gaming industry. And the fact that it is the gaming industry is kind of part of the problem. It's not about making things that are fun. It's about making things that are profitable.
Oh man, I ran out of foundations and there's a big... I need foundations.
I've got a few. No, I don't. Apparently I didn't pick up any of the ones that I just crafted. I'll turn around and grab some.
Let's make sure I grab the right one of these. What the hell? Why is this?
About how many foundation do you think you'll need?
I mean, not too many. 1,000 maybe.
Right now it only has like a it has less than 1,000 in there, so I'll give it a sec. Wait for it to stockpile a bit.
Let's see. There's a decent amount of copper and silicon on this planet. Might be good for a revamp, or not a revamp, a big maybe another processor / circuit setup on here, maybe, possibly. Oh,
Yeah.
I wonder how Renegade's doing.
Yeah. I think I think he's probably at work.
Yep.
I think his schedule now is pretty late in the day. Oof, only got 500 so far. Yeah, unfortunately, Foundation needed that in such mass quantities that it'd be ridiculous to try and logistics them.
I mean, you could.
Yep.
I do have some in the logistics. Speaking of which, what? Why is that off? It's the only one of the only complaints with this about this game that I have is the blueprint setup. When you try to paste a blueprint, your camera, everything is like completely scrambled when you do it. So when I go here and I go to here, I go to here, it's like now my perspective is different. So I try to paste this, it's like no, that's not going to paste because of something in here is not right. So when I right click to cancel, right, it's like, okay, this right here, and it's like, oh, now my completely reset. So what was I looking at? I think it was right here. So yeah, it's just a royal pain in the ass. And I have none. Can you just bring what you got? Just bring what you got. Sure. And I need to get this working because I need to get this polar setup up here.
Find the planet again. Sometimes that is such a challenge. There it has another one of those problems where, you know, you try and find it and then you readjust your view and now I have no idea where it is. In the system, it really helps to rotate your view so that you're like aligned with the star. So then when you go zoom back in, there it is. Since we have free warps, I can just warp to the planet.
Oh yeah.
Even though it's slight overkill. But that's fine. My philosophy is why kill it when you can overkill it. And I realize that I should probably avoid that word because of YouTube BS. Ah. Makes it really difficult to land on a planet when those pop-ups come up.
It does. Where are you? There he is.
Right here. I'll just toss them in there if I can find them. There we go.
Alright, so
yeah, it's really nice that you can make those small little lines to fill in a lot of dirt. Is this spot here going to interfere?
Usually if it's close, this up here is really going to interfere. So what I'm going to do is grab this, do a request, because I do have some in the system. Some planet somewhere. I have them somewhere. They're somewhere in the system. I have no idea where, but they're in the system somewhere. Oh, man. Yeah, there's a cat. Where have you been? I have a window that's open. The bedroom door is open. There's just so many places for the cat. Chill out. It's too warm to be in my lap. It's just like a little oven.
Yeah, they are good at that.
Uh,
So have you been having any ticks on her?
she doesn't go outside. Ever.
Ah, okay.
So, if she did, I'd be really concerned. That means she got him from me.
Cat cam, yes.
I wish.
I think Buggy's hesitant to do a cat cam because that might absorb his entire channel.
Yeah. That'd be more popular than me. I don't know if my ego can take that. The problem with her is she doesn't like. I can't put like a little kitty bed down and have her use that. She's not interested, right? So she'll lay on the couch for a while, then she'll move somewhere else, then she'll go into the back bedroom. Like there's no reliable spot where she would just go and stay and be cute. Like it's just not how she works. So I show her once in a while just because, I want to make sure everybody knows that I'm not just talking to myself and there's an actual cat around. Okay, so there's 10,000. Now I can go over here and clear that, and we can cover that up and do that.
Yeah. The nice thing is that you can get deliveries of stuff without power.
Yes. Okay, so this blueprint, planet scale, fusion hub, there. That's where the fuel comes out, so let's do remote demand for that. Oh, and the missiles, we got remote demand for that. So the missile one's over here, and then we can go blueprint, planet scale, missile ring, right there. Oh, what am I? The other side of this, the very
This side?
end. Yeah, way over here.
Yeah. I don't have any foundation yet, so I'll have to rely on you for that. Ah, good. A delivery came in. I'll grab some.
All right, now blueprint, planet scale, missile ring.
But yeah, having a cat like go into a bed and stay there for a cat cam, you pretty much need to train them from a pretty young age. And Lucy is, I'm not gonna say old. I'm not even sure. How old is she?
She turned 7 this year.
7. Well, that's a pretty good age for a cat.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I'll be in the lap. There's the tail. Yep. The ubiquitous tail. And if I put my camera down any further, everybody, you'd get a really good view of her butthole. And, she's very proud of said butthole because she shows it off a lot.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, here's you.
Funny how common of a thing that is for cats.
Yeah, it's just humid enough in here where you feel sticky. It worries me. Uh-oh, this is a problem.
Uh-oh.
We are not getting any missiles in.
Oh.
That is a problem.
Want me to zip back and try and diagnose?
Yeah, we need missiles.
Oh. Actually, just so we're not slowing things down, I actually carry a stockpile of it with me. So there we go.
That worries me because there should not be. We should not have that problem.
Yeah. Let me make sure I have this star system pinned. I want the system, I don't want the planets.
Huge.
Might have a little bit of load lag here while I enter the home system. Oof, accompanied with an FPS drop. Which is not surprising. That is a lot of stuff to be loading. It's shocking that this game doesn't come to a grinding halt for how massive your systems can be. Yup, it's missing something on the lines. It is the previous level of missiles. Oh, shoot,
Oh,
I gotta
right.
track that down.
Because I was feeding it from the ILS, and I need to redirect that because I was emptying out the ILS first.
Ah, okay, so just switch it to
There should be an
local command.
obvious, yeah, there should be an obvious place for the new missile setup to feed into the upgraded missile setup. So if you just follow the empty belt, there should be a spot where you can just hook in new missile production
Oh, here they are.
to upgrade. Because I wanted to empty that ILS out of the crappier missiles.
Should I remove, clear the setting for those missiles?
Yeah, we're not delivering those. We're not doing anything with them anymore.
As long as I'm here, should I try and build a setup for the next tier? Or are we not in a position for those?
I mean, the next tier, gravity missiles, takes those crystal thingies. What are they called?
Yeah, it looks like those are probably a little out of bounds for now.
I mean, we could make them. It's just the regular missiles are doing just fine.
And then you'd probably have to redesign your blueprint too if we
Yeah,
did it that
that's the
way.
problem. Is so many planets are requesting for the regular or the supersonic ones. It's just not worth upgrading. What it is worth
That's
upgrading is changing it to the implosion cannons and using antimatter capsules. Because the amount of damage of those antimatter capsules is obscene compared to the missile. I'm trying to set at the same time.
what machine do they load into?
The capsules?
Yeah.
they load into the plasma turret.
Ah.
And it's a space weapon. So, planet side, not really worthwhile.
Ah, I see.
But space wise, whew, yeah. So, yeah. I'm gonna have to automate a few more turrets, namely the laser turret, which is used for farming.
Yeah, I suppose that way you're just chewing up energy rather than consuming resources.
Right. Oh my god. Somebody in their badly muffled truck just drove by. I don't know if you can hear that.
Oof.
Hi, I'm a redneck, and my muffler sounds like shit. Hear me roar. Okay. So, if you want, well, let me finish clearing this planet first. Be
Before I head out, can you think of anything else I should grab? I'll grab some more foundations since I'm here.
grab whatever you need for factory building.
Yeah, I could do some restocking, I think.
Somehow I managed to find some antimatter.
Interesting.
Well, yeah, there it is.
Even if we don't have the logistics set up for it, it is nice to have the logistics set up on my character, so that I know what I'm low on. I can just look at that arrow, the request arrow. If that made any sense at all. Oh yeah, I should check on the setup you made for the mining machines. Oh, should I request the grading crystals?
Should already be loaded.
It's at remote supply rather than remote demand.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
There we go.
I was going to say, we don't need to request the entire 10,000, so, but probably too late.
Oh, it's you had that set up. It had a limit set.
Okay, good.
It just didn't have the. Yeah.
All right.
It would be nice if there was a way to do bulk um, personal logistics. You know, the fidget spinners are great, but they carry so little that they're almost pointless for a lot of things. It'd be nice, you know, to be able to say unload all my stone and it just goes straight there. So I'm creating a new stone unlighting area, even though we probably have 14 of them set up already. Alright, that's close enough. I need to restock my missiles at some point, but the planets are probably a little depleted right now, so... I'm here. Is there anything you need right away?
Anything I need?
Yeah. Keep setting stuff down. Oh, looks like you've got pretty much everything placed already.
Yeah, just about done. Right. I guess this planet's going to be making the things for the Dyson Sphere, the rockets.
Alrighty. Pretty much just start working up the tech tree.
Well, I mean, let's see.
I think we've got a lot of the, what is it, the foundation type things, the frame materials.
Yeah, because you set up the frame, and I wasn't sure.
I think that's in the system.
I mean, I think it is too. I just don't know what your crafting goals were for it. Like what your production per minute were.
I remember I made it so that once the logistics stacking starts flowing in, it should exponentiate. But I think even with that in mind, I think we're looking at 3 or 4 belts coming out of it. Stacked belts. Because I knew that those were a highly needed component. So yeah, we pretty much should just be able to do the Dyson Sphere components and then the small carrier rockets.
Yeah, so definitely if you want to start a build around the equator here of those, sort of with the same sort of design of let me put one of my blueprints down for an example. So like the Dyson Sphere components is a 3 input craft. So I have a blueprint that I shared with all my blueprints with y'all. So the CILS Mark III input. At this point, I can't remember what the C means. ILS base 30 Mark III crafters, pile sorters proliferated. I don't know what the C. What does the fucking C mean? C dash ILS. So that craft is 3 input. So if we look at it and I paste it down, write it like here.
Apparently, I either didn't get or didn't install your blueprints correctly.
Aha! So that blueprint right there is 30 on a side, 3 input with proliferation, and yeah, it is automatically. I can do local demand for the blue spray tan, and all that's left is basically either expanding the lines and adding, or like if it's enough production, just plopping down another one of these. Right? It's pretty straightforward. But then recipe wise, you can just go this and copy and paste, and then flip and paste and done. Now ratio wise, I mean 3 every 8 seconds. That's pretty crazy. But 8, this is 1.5, but 8 seconds divided by 3. So if this was a top tier,
top tier would be 3x production.
Yeah, so 8 seconds. That would be 4. I mean, 8 divided by 3 is 2.2 2/3.
50?
50 total?
I think so. Doesn't sound right though, so let me verify.
So in this instance, we would do the... I don't have enough drones for this, but we would do...
I think I inverted one of the stages. 106 machines.
Frame material, and then solar sail, and then processor. Where's the process? There they are. And then Dyson Sphere component is back in. And just like that, this is ready to go. I just don't have the requests because if we build onto this, I always do my resources the very last. Supply the resources the very last. Always make sure you have your proliferation juice in before you demand it. So that way you don't miss it. So if you want to expand it, I don't know what the ratio is that you found, but I just built that as an example.
Yeah, I think it's 106 and 2/3. So 106 would probably be the way to go. So 53 per side. Because our limiting factor is going to be our inputs, since it's a split belt. Or, well, shared.
And this, yeah, at first, we got to understand also, this is not going to be stacked. This is not going to be stacked outputs at first. So
we're going to be able to handle a quarter of that, which means that the setup we have right now is probably going to be sufficient.
Yeah. So we'll worry about adding to it later. So we can do remote demand. What the hell?
Typically on setups like this, I make it symmetrical. I do another branch going off the other side. I don't know about you. I'm guessing the cat grabbed his attention. As a cat typically does.
That was my mom. My folks got back yesterday. I picked them up at the airport. So they needed keys to go over to Flower's old place.
Gotcha.
Because they're trying to... No, I heard a strange noise, and it was my mom knocking on the door, even though I've got a doorbell. And I'm glad I didn't have my air conditioning on behind me, because I would not have heard that knock on the door, because it was just like this light knock, and I'm like, she's like, "Did you get my message?" And I'm like, "I'm streaming." Like, the thing that I've been doing for 6 years on Saturdays? Yes, I'm doing that. Okay. So this is remote demand. This is remote demand. And then you set your filters. So that, and that. Okay. At the very least, this will start things in the stuff. And since they're proliferated, it's just all that much better. Now, we might, what are your thoughts on this? There is a lot of silicon and copper here on this planet.
Yeah,
what are your...
prudent to try and grab as much as we can.
My thoughts is, right, there's a little bit of iron, so we can smelt the little bit of iron that's here and then use it, but I don't think we need to send the iron that's here out. But as far as the silicon and copper goes, I think it would be a good idea of doing a pretty obscene processor setup on this place as well.
Processors, gotcha.
Yes. We are going to be using vast amounts of processors going forward. So, between these that we're making now, these are using 3 processors each, and then the quantum chips use 2. Like, we're just gonna be going through so many. It might be wise to take advantage here.
I'm going to start at the North Pole and work my way down on the resources.
Are there any... Okay, so there's no gas giants in this system.
Unfortunate.
I'm looking to massively increase deuterium fuel rods. It's going to require a lot of deuterium. I think the best place to go is... Best place to do that is the home planet. Is... So, oh, it's the hydrogen and deuterium that always throw me, because there are so many different sources of hydrogen. It's hard to know. It's hard to really prioritize. The one feature of this game that I wish that it did is to be able to prioritize specific like sources of material. So like coming into one of these, right? And like, let's say this setup, sort of like graphene. Whatever planet we are processing the fire ice into graphene, we are also making hydrogen. So that hydrogen is going into an ILS like this. It would be nice. It would be really, really nice to be able to set that priority somewhere in the UI listing on the, you know, one of these rows of remote supply, local supply. It would be really nice to be able to set the priority of like what the priority is of removing the things, right? I understand that you can grab from orbital collectors. I understand that. The problem is I want to make sure to prioritize the stuff not coming from orbital collectors. So if you want to do that, really you need 2 ILSs. You need one collecting from orbital collectors and the other one not collecting from orbital collectors. And then do belt shenanigans to prioritize. It's really the only way to do it.
He likes locally sourced goods.
So I'm going to probably head back to the home planet and automate as much as I can. I might stop by Etta Benesis first and finish crafting or finish building what's there so I get rid of the UI.
Ah. It looks like they changed the bounding box of the super miners. So, because I remember it used to be that you'd occasionally have, you know, you might not be able to exploit the entire deposit because they couldn't be close enough together to mine the things and stuff.
Yeah, it does. I do. Yeah, it does feel like they've expanded the area of effect there a little bit, for sure.
Should I try to exploit like the coal and the stone and stuff here too, or do you think we'll?
Not if we don't need it. If we don't need it, it's like we don't need to worry about it.
Yeah. Typically, when I'm making like a production planet, I end up ramping it up as it goes. So I start by mining everything I possibly can. But yeah, we shouldn't need coal nor stone. We should just need copper.
Yeah, we definitely don't need coal. Yeah, unless the planet has an obscene amount of materials on it. Like, if a planet had like 40 million coal, then I'd put some coal miners down, because it's gonna last a while.
Yeah.
But if the planet is not going to be a primary source of that material, then I don't worry about it. Or if I don't need it. And we definitely don't need coal.
Yeah, there's a lot of coal to begin with, and then in addition, there's, you don't, the byproducts of it you can end up getting from other sources, and pretty much almost wean yourself off of coal as far as it goes, which is kind of fun.
Yeah, late game you don't really go through that much coal. You don't need it.
And the proliferation stuff only takes one for, what is it, 2 by default, but then since you can triple proliferate it, it ends up being 6. And then each tier after that upgrades too, so yeah, it trips over from ridiculous to redonkulous.
Cow, look at all the stone I'm pulling in.
Yeah.
Ooh, I've actually got 10 core elements. Did that unlock the super fuel? It did. High density controlled annihilation. This shit is crazy. Fuel chamber gen plus 1100%. Energy 144 gigajoules. It's 8 antimatter fuel rods plus one of these plus some shit. It's an obscene amount of power. obscene amount of power. Just to tell you that. It is insane. Okay.
Oof. Gotta move one of the signal towers because it's in the way of an auto or one of the miners. But if I remember right, there's a pretty good coverage of that stuff, right?
For what?
For the signal towers, there's a lot of overlap. So if I remove one, it's not the end of the world.
They should not be in the way.
There's a for the advanced mining machines, they can't have things
Oh, near them?
close to them. Yeah.
I mean, there's not a lot of overlap. There is some. There's probably maybe 15% of the circle is overlapped. So if if you replace it nearby, it should be fine.
Yeah. And even then, the chances that they hit and exact the wrong spot is highly unlikely. There. Really close to where it was. So I think.
Okay, I think I just have to go back to home planet.
I can't say that I set the collection speed on all the things and the stuff. So I'm just not in the habit of doing that. I'm trying to get most of them at least. Funny how the research sometimes has like the perfect timing. I wait for a second before clicking OK on one of the researches, and then like instantly, as soon as my mouse moves away, instantly another one pops up. It's like you couldn't have done it a second sooner. And yeah, I could be paying more attention to the progress on research, but that sounds like work.
Yeah, that's why I tend to do research in major spurts, because it's just like,
yeah,
get it all done, and then don't do it for a while, because I want to focus on other things.
Yeah, it feels like much less of an interruption.
Ooh, that was 2 right away.
Wow,
We're
nice.
we're burning through the research.
Yeah.
I've got so much stone on me. It's not even funny. So much stone. I probably have, Jesus, about half my inventory is filled up with stone.
I'm gonna set up some smelting on the northern hemisphere. That just sounds like a good place to put it. Yeah, the simple chains I tend to put in the higher or lower hemispheres because you don't care as much about the getting interrupted or the lines getting screwed.
Oh, my brothers send me 9 messages.
Oh boy. Let's see, on this planet I should only worry going up to the processor stage, right? Not the quantum chip.
Correct.
Okay.
If we need more quantums, we can do that on a different setup, because that's going to require plane filters, which requires titanium glass, which requires more Casimir crystals, which, oh my god, it's just...
Yeah. Those deserve an entire planet to process.
Yeah, that's a nasty crafting chain. But I have an obscene amount of quantum chip crafters, and I don't think this setup is nearly maxed. Like, I think I could radically increase how many crafters are on here.
Yeah, as soon as you start getting more of the logistics stacking. Or did you not base that one around stacking?
Well, it's all stacked. It's already stacked. I have the derpy stacking system already done here. But like, I don't know how many Casimir crystal we have production, like what we have behind the scenes for that. It's just one of those, like, you don't know what your limits are until your entire base is just humming along, crafting stuff, building a Dyson Sphere, and then you find out fast where your hiccups in production are, right? Because right now I'm not even coming close to tapping the quantum chips. Like, these things are all shut down. There's nothing really consuming quantum chips. But once we start making, like, carrier, once he has a carrier rocket set up, then it's gonna get spicy. Then it's gonna be like, all right, now what are we gonna do? But I need to massively increase the deuterium fuel rods here, because this is just awfully bad. It's just bad. This is just the awfully baddest place to have this. I don't want... God, this is just terrible. This is absolutely terrible. Okay.
I probably did it.
It's just sort of... Blah. It's just blobbed from another set.
Yeah.
So let's build another setup somewhere. Where's a good spot for this? The home planet is getting a little spicy here. Okay. Let's do... Let's do an ILS. Yeah, see, the 20 deuterium that goes into this is one reason I hesitate to proliferate it, but you get 2 cans out, and that changes the ratio. Rather than 20 to 1, it's 10 to 1, and then proliferated, it would literally be... It would be 6 out, 20 in. So that would be roughly 3 to 1. Deuterium to can, to fuel rod. Like, that, to me, is worth it. That, to me, is worth it. To proliferate. So... The real trouble is outputting enough stuff. But we're going to plan on these eventually having okay. We're going to plan on this eventually being stacked when it comes out. Okay. So then we want 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the logistics behind this are going to be really gnarly, just because I don't have a lot of room to build this. This planet is pretty crazy busy already. But we are definitely going to proliferate all of the things. Oh, that reminds me, I need to go refill my drones.
Yeah, it would be a good idea.
And my ILSs. Refill those.
Sorry if a sniffle comes across the airwaves here or there. I don't know. Maybe allergies or just the weather changes is triggering something in my sinuses.
You gone and caught a sniffle?
Yup. More accurately, I pretty much just never lose a sniffle. Or I throw a celebration when I happen to lose a sniffle. Tends to be a like year-round thing for me. Heat is fine.
Deuterium. Okay. The problem here is going to be powering all of these. Okay. Then I need alloy and super duper rings. Oh, my back. This chair is just murder on my posture.
Oof. Not good.
Yeah, I can't. There's no back support with this chair anymore, and it's, yeah. I'd get a new chair, but new chairs are freaking expensive.
Yeah, if you want anything of decent quality, they're painful. Which is funny because they're supposed to remove pain, not introduce new pain.
okay, where?
It's really weird when the babs come in and or step in and place something for you. It's like, well, thank you, but
Yeah.
that came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and in the main game, outside of the multiplayer, they will actually build stuff without you needing to be near.
Yeah.
So they're very, very helpful. Because they can, once you build, once one goes in, then they build, they have another 12 drones or whatever to build stuff. And they're very, very helpful. In multiplayer, you have to be close for them to build, because it doesn't know whose inventory to pull the items out.
Yeah. That just makes sense. If you wouldn't mind giving me a math check here, I'm building like a smelting stack, and assuming we have the top tier smelters, they're 3 times speed, which means there should be 40 smelters to do 120 output.
That sounds right.
Okay.
But we're a ways away from being able to build a lot of those kinds of smelters. Like, we are a ways away from that.
That is true,
Those
but
are...
we're also a ways away from having the I mean, since we're that far away, we also have right now don't have the belt stacking.
Yeah.
Which I'm also accounting on. So if I account for both, it makes it doubly.
Yeah, it makes it doubly bad.
Exactly. Well, it almost balances it out, because since we don't have the smelters, well, that means that we don't have the output, but then we also don't have the input. I think it's skewed a little bit the other way, or one way or the other, because we're looking at 3 versus 4. I hate it when I place a path the wrong way.
Okay.
Fortunately, they do have reverse path now, but...
Okay. Deuterium fuel rods are a go. Producing a ton of these. Not quite enough supply to get done, but the last about 3 crafters not being done because we're not stacking the deuterium coming out. But 12 out of 15 crafters ain't bad. I look at production here. Yeah, 1,400 per minute, roughly. 14 or 1,500 per minute. That's a good... Can we hit 16? No. Can we hit 16? Nope. Okay, yeah. About 1,500 per minute is what we're doing. But I'm not sure how much this other setup is contributing to that. Alright, let's go automate some things.
Supposed to be automating things? Nobody told me this.
Right. So, laser turrets. Oh yeah, we need photon combiners. Or, what are those called? Yeah, photon combiners. Photon combiners. Okay. That's the laser turret, photon combiner. All those are fine. Gravity lenses. Let's see. Do I have those? That's strange matter. Do I have gravity lenses here? Let's not request so many. There we go. I'm not putting these on the bus just because, why? Why would I do that? It's just, I don't need them in that volume. Strange matter, quantum chips. Nothing there. It would work so much better if it was on the bus, but I don't like putting things on the bus and just having like one craft use it. It's just like, why is this on the bus?
Seems like a waste, yeah.
It just seems like such a waste. But sometimes it is. Okay, so laser turret. Oof, these are going to use the things that are way the hell over here. Of course they are. These. And of course I'm not storing them after they get proliferated. So how about I have a little bit of storage. There they are. Post-proliferation. Upgrade. Sorters. Of course, that little spot right there doesn't have any power, so let's do that. And then do a fidget spinner. There. I mean, at the very least, I'll be able to move some of that stuff over here. Now, this here, steel and circuits, not like nothing special. Circuits. It's It's almost embarrassing how low level these things are, considering how far down the bus we are.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
That seems to be a really common thing with automation games, though. Unfortunately, I mean, even the legend that is Factorio, you know, you still use electronic circuits in some of the higher level crafts. But at least with that game, they're few and far between.
Damn it. It's always a single square difference. There we go. Laser turrets. I don't use laser turrets much, but they are used in the farming base, and I definitely want to start farming. Which reminds me, I have... Where's the build height? There it is. Vertical construction. Okay, and then the photon thingies.
Technical name.
Definitely. Laser turrets, done. Now,
Excellent.
EM rail ejector. Vertical launching silo. These two are literally share no... There's no shared resources between these two. Of course not. Alright, now we're going to do ray transmission efficiency. These are going to pop pretty fast. Yeah, just about out of things to research.
Nice.
Yeah, look at that. Energy shield. This is what really threw me off when I was looking. You go down the energy shield upgrade, right? Energy shield level 5, energy shield level 6. If you're not paying attention to that, and you're like, oh, level 6 and then level 7, you see this 1500, and then you go here and it's like 346,000. Like, wow, that's a jump, but no. It's level 6 and then level 26. So
Yeah.
you do this research a whole bunch of times, and then once you hit level 26, then it's this one. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah, because the difference is the radius increases with these, but not with these. But yeah, level 26 of this, 346,000 space science, which is kind of crazy. Yeah. Even with massive amounts of shields, it still can't save you. It can't save you from the space things. Like, I don't know how many shields you would need to save yourself, but okay. Now, the problem here is the EM rail ejector is like super low level compared to the vertical launching silo. It's Is there a way that I could sneak? I might be able to do the launching silo here. 80 of those, 30 of those. Wow.
Wondering where I messed up on this setup, but somehow I forgot to do proliferation, or request the proliferation.
That should be the first thing that you do.
Well, I set up the demand or the lines for it, but I didn't click demand rather than something.
Right, that's
But yeah, it should be the first thing.
yeah, it's usually the first thing I do when I plop the setup down. Okay, I need the gravity lens. Wow, this uses a lot of gravity lenses. These are proliferated in here, yes. And then I need the quantum chips. 10 quantum chips per thing is crazy. Luckily, I mean, we don't need millions upon millions of these vertical launching silos. What is my blueprint I have a launching blueprint. Shell launchers 42. I think I have a different one. Equator rockets is 66 of them. And I think I have 2 of these. I think. um So, yeah. Because once you build it on a planet, and the planet's done building the Dyson Sphere, you deconstruct them, and then you can just use them elsewhere. Like, you don't need thousands upon thousands of vertical launching silos. Once they're built, they're done.
Yeah, you pretty much just, I mean, depending on how big you go, like 100 would probably be about as many as you'll ever use. Haven't done it with your settings though, so that sounded ominous. Unintentional. With your settings.
Yeah, look at the EM rail ejector. This far into the bus, and I'm using gears. Like, really? Gears? Steel gears. Steel is here. Steel gears. Processors. And then the supermagnetic rings. Right there. And then my rail ejector, late game sail eject. These require these damn satellite substations. Because of the way that sails work. So I'm going to need satellite substations. Which, oh my god, are, god damn it. They're using... Of course they need these. Because of course.
Now the logistics is just exponentiating.
processors and particle containers. All right, coffee. I'm actually not going to finish my coffee.
In a test of immense willpower.
In a test of my body is like telling me you better not do that. But it's like, have you heard of a stroke? Let me introduce you.
Yeah, that's fair.
2, 3, 4. One, two, three. begins.
Oh,
The artificial star.
all right.
Okay. Late game sale. Oh yeah, I need these stupid... these things. Which is frame material and the magnet thingies. Which I could squeeze in. Yeah, it's we're at that stage of just squeeze it in wherever.
Yeah.
Maybe. 'Are you kidding me? That's the only... Really? Really? $29. Alright. Those are done. Let me grab 2 sets of these. Lower that down 1. Let me grab 2 sets of these. Set of those. What are these? Planetary shield generator? Sure. Should need more of those, yeah. Why not? Okay. EM rail ejector's done. Laser turret's done. Artificial star's done. Launcher's done. I have 80 launchers. How many of these? 66. I'm gonna need... yeah, a few more. It's 97, 66, that's 120, 132... 132 I need total, roughly. Which is fine. Alright, let me clear out this, 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 this. Iron, I don't need those. I should be able to just dump in somewhere. Strange matter. I think strange matter's over here somewhere. I mean, it's somewhere. That's the... okay, that's the lenses. There's the particle containers. Oh wow, these are so slow. Still using green belt, for God's sakes. There's strange matter. Standing right next to it. Nerd.
Ah, no wonder you're gonna find it.
It's usually what happens.
Yup.
And I've got a crap ton of circuits on me for some reason. Hell is he doing here? This literally accomplishes nothing.
What's up?
Oh,
Oh, the
Renegade. I think Renegade put these sorters in the
Stackers.
middle of the belts.
that was actually me, and they were serving purpose. They still
But they
might be.
don't stack. They move a stack from A to B, but if they're in line with the belt, it's just going to move it from A to B in line with the belt. It doesn't stack it.
Well, one thing is, if you look on there now, on the input side, you have some that are. Looks like it's capping out at 3, a stack of 3. Whereas if you have that stacker there, it's
Yeah.
it was, whether it is still or not. I don't know, but at the time it was making a much more consistent pile of 4 going into the machines.
Yeah. The one of the reasons why this is a little derpy in that regard is it's not finished. It's intended for the deuterium to be stacked fully on the supply side, and then rather than stack it again on these little jut outs, these should be basically just pushing it and stacking it on the loops. The loops should be, I don't know what the word is, independent, and then the stackers should supplement that. But it's kind of hard to do that. I didn't leave myself enough room for a stacker. Yeah, I didn't leave enough room for a stacker to go from supply side into the loop. That was my intention.
Yep, I figured since it was a temporary system, adding an extra temporary step in there wouldn't be a big deal. Temporariness exponentiates.
Okay.
That's my word of the day, by the way, exponentiates.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed. I didn't even know it was a word, but apparently it is.
I think it is. I hope it is. Otherwise, I'm gonna be like super embarrassed later.
Okay, yeah, I think that might be all she wrote. Let's check this. Okay, and let's go to here. Jammer Tower, I don't care. I don't care. They're not good enough. They kind of tack that on kind of the last minute on the last update, and it's just not very good. Okay, yeah. So I can actually tear down I can basically tear down the science. Sad. It is sad.
Yeah, it is sad when you put a whole lot of work into a system and then it's time for it to go. Come on, old Yeller. We're gonna take a walk.
Don't even imply that shit.
Alright.
Man, that's rough. What am I missing? Which one am I missing? I'm missing that one. I'm missing this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the core element. Okay. Ooh, I've got so much more deuterium on me I didn't get rid of. Damn it. So, what do we want to do about research? Well, one thing we could do... Yeah, there's really no good way of dealing with it. I'm just going to fill up my inventory for a bit. Okay. See, and the thing is, I'm not sure how many of these low level things we have in the logistics. Pretty sure I know we have circuit boards in, but magnet coils, are those in there? Maybe, possibly.
Magnet coils, are you asking if those are in the system?
Sort of.
Okay. I don't think they're in the, like, interplanetary logistics anyway. Which is probably a bit of an oversight. It probably should be.
Okay. Got yellows redirected there. Greens are here. Reds, blues. Okay. Holy cow. It's astounding how many orange belts we still have cruising around the main base here.
Yeah. I thought for a split second at one point of upgrading them, and I just went, nah.
Yeah, we'll leave that work to Buggy to do. Yeah.
Exactly.
Um.
Nah,
All
at
right.
the time it was more of a priorities issue.
Okay.
Plus, I also didn't know what your plans were, you know.
Plans?
At some point I would, well, yeah, at some point I would probably just go through and remove much of the stuff on the main planet. Just
What?
like there's a better way of doing this, delete. I know, blasphemy.
It's blasphemy. Like, remove factory. You don't. The factory must grow, not shrink. Like, what? There's no such thing as remove.
Do or do not, there is no try.
Precious?
It's. I suppose I should probably be careful about quoting that series, because YouTube comes, or Disney comes down with a hammer on anything infringing on their territory.
Yeah, Disney's bad, but they still don't hold a candle. Now they don't hold a candle to Nintendo.
Yeah.
Nintendo will crush your hopes and dreams. They don't care if you're promoting their product. They will obliterate your channel if you post even the smallest bits of stuff from their content or from their IP. It's crazy how obsessive they are about controlling every little aspect.
Which is so strange, because like you say, even if you're helping them by advertising for them and such.
Yeah, it's like they don't care. That's like, don't use our shit. That's the message.
So strange.
Okay, so the hard part about research, the late game research, is the obscene amount of belts and stuff you need, the access that you need on each side. Because if we drop down a thingy, we say we want to produce universe matrices, we need one of each kind of matrix and the antimatter. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 total things. Well, that's not too bad. It's 3 on a side, but then you need the output. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then output here. Luckily, though, you can really build your system around this pretty well. We're going to go output there, We're going to go input, input, and input. And I used pile sorters for all of these because they're faster. Okay. So remember, we're also, even though these are all going to be proliferated, and I pretty much know they are, always proliferate. Even though you're like, oh, I know they're going to be proliferated. It's like, no, just do it anyway.
Yup. Yeah, because one dip in power can cause your proliferators to glitch out, and then you have an entire line of stuff that's coming out with, or potentially multiple lines coming out with um, down a tier on proliferation, and that means all components or all anything you make out of it, it drops down that tier. Even if all the rest of them are tier 3.
Okay, now, where did all this stuff come from? Well, obviously we're going to need an ILS. Well, I think over here we can just request antimatter. Okay. Now I think yellow. Okay, there's yellow. There's green. Blue and red. Ready to go. I'm hearing sound effects. What are you doing?
I am pasting recipes.
Okay.
Is that kind of the sound
That's kind of the sound I'm hearing, so...
Okay. So you're probably not insane.
Yeah.
Despite my best efforts.
Yet.
Yet. Fair point. Oh man, these are way unbalanced. But we're talking tier 1 smelters compared to tier 3 assemblers. So. A little rough.
Rough.
Yes. I think I better take a bio break. Back in a bit.
Boom! Bingo. Not many. That also reminds me of an automation we need. But, I mean, it's not enough for our research, obviously. 15 or, what would I add? 7. Exactly 7 antimatter. So we get 21. Again, 3x. You get 3x. So yeah, not enough. Not enough to make, you know, any research at all, but, you know, stuff we need. And that reminds me, I need to get the ray receivers up and running. Ray receiver, it is up here. That is going to be, ooh, that is going to be things and stuff. Steel, the thingies. Yeah, I actually could do that. Shit. Of course. Of course. This ray receiver. So steel, silicon, those things. Wow. Ray receiver. And then how many? I know I have a ray receiver in here somewhere. Because they're a royal nightmare to set up. So it's just so much easier to blueprint it. Polar photons. 43 of 43 of these. Okay. So 2 should be more than plenty. Okay. So I need steel. I'm not going to have enough space for this. Those than those. I need silicon. Well, those are actually way over there, so those are fine. I need silicon. I bet you... Oh, no, there it is. It's like, I bet you silicon isn't on here, but no, there it is. Oh, damn it. Oh, my God. What? Wow, that is slow. Here. Ray receivers. Good to go. Now. kickstart that system again. Now. Getting wasn't it like 44 or something like that? Polar photons 43. Yeah.
University matrix, excellent.
Yeah, I had a few antimatter from drops.
Yep, may
So
as well.
we got 21 of them. Grand total 21. Super good for research.
Oh yeah.
You'd have to have a pretty high proliferation multiplier to be able to get any research out of 21 of those. Speaking of which, I almost forgot to actually set up the research for these. Right. Now, as soon as we get antimatter rolling, reminds me, let me grab another set of... God, where there they are. Particle accelerators. Alright, I think everything, I got the EM rail ejectors, I've got the, well, I'm gonna need one more set of launchers. There we go. There's another set of launchers. 60, 30. How many launchers do I have? Yeah. 160, so I definitely have enough. Just in case. All right. What are you doing? What are you working on? What's done? What's almost done? What's not done?
I've been working on some of the smelting, and circuit production. I'm working now on the microcrystalline component production, and then I'll work on processors, unless you have something that supersedes those. Because we can always import circuits and
processors were supposed to be like, let's do that after we get done. The primary is the small carrier rockets. The Dyson Sphere rockets. That's what we need to get done.
Those are a 3-component one, so I can just copy your setup here and...
Yeah, I would not copy that setup.
No?
Because when you paste that down, you paste that ILS with all of the settings, which automatically starts drawing those materials. It automatically starts This is why I have a blueprint that it's empty, which is why I pasted those blueprints.
Yep. I can copy everything except the ILS.
That works. But yeah, I have about 1,500 a minute, roughly, of deuterium fuel rod production, which you can request. I don't know how that washes out with the carrier rockets. You need 4 every 6 seconds. 1,500 a minute. Come on, 1,500 divided by 60. It's 25 a second. This is crazy. Wow. I didn't even realize that's a lot.
Oh, we have a question in chat that I'm actually curious on as well.
Is there a reason why you're not using their... it's too fast. The other science building, way too fast. The other science building is good for... If you get past the late game and you want to go insane levels of research, right? If you're doing research where you have 4, 5, 600,000 science that you're kicking through, and you have a factory that's capable of producing an obscene amount of research, then you can use it. But triggering a research with that research, even crafting research with that thing, you need... It's an insane amount of infrastructure behind the scene, right? You need a massive amount of production to keep up with a 3x matrix lab. It's obscenely fast. So yeah, it's just too fast. You can't keep up. It chews through research so fast. Which is good for like an Uber production, but that's not what we're doing. We're not Uber productioning this. It would be very hard to do multiplayer Uber production. Let's just put it that way. Uber production would be like, let's put a Dyson Sphere around every star in the cluster. That's 64 Dyson Spheres. That's an Uber production. But even then, you don't need infinite research for that. Once you get your first Dyson Sphere and you start massively getting some progress on it, and you start getting the antimatter, and you start getting the research, and start getting it trickled in, the photons, all that kind of stuff. A few of the space science researches, and you're doing pretty good. Okay, so roughly 1,500 a minute is 25 a second. The small carrier rockets use 4 every 6 seconds. So it's not quite 1 a second. But if we do, let's just call it 1 a second. So 25 crafter. Which doesn't sound like much. It's not really a lot, but what I tend to do is I tend to have massive storage boxes storing up carrier rockets, and then send them wherever they need to go, to whatever planet's launching. So I'll help Oz do his thing. Let me drop off all my gubbins first, because I need to start getting...
I've almost got the small carrier rockets set up. I got to balance the numbers.
The other thing I should do is take out the hives in orbit around this star. We don't need them. I don't know why I'm pointing to the black hole, but let's take that away. Okay. See my little dot? You can see it right there. So that's me. And let me zoom way out here. You can see how far away I am. You have to be careful Because you get too close to this hive, and bad things happen. Bad things will happen. So let's get everybody booted up. And what you want to do is you can see there's 1,032 in there. So you want to go until you start seeing the redness. They're starting to turn red. They're kind of flashy. There you go.
Oh, shoot. I just got a error.
That does not surprise me.
Yeah.
I just took on a hive. Holy Moses.
Yeah, there you go. We're starting to trickle in some of the carrier rockets. And I assume they should be proliferated?
Oh yes.
Okay. Gonna exit, and I'll be back in a moment. I'll wait to enter until you're in a good position. Oh, and actually, this gives me a chance to install your blueprints.
Okay. So that's one hive. One hive down.
So I don't have to poke in a whole bunch of different places. Where are the blueprints stored?
Documents.
Documents.
Dyson Sphere blueprints. Yeah, so one of the reasons, this is really where the mod shines in the Dark Fog stuff, is this process of me taking this hive on. This would have been an hour-long, 2-hour-long process for these 3 hives. I kid you not. Like, it would have taken so long to take these hives on in vanilla. You just watch anybody's like vanilla you do not fly too close to them. I don't know why my drones usually they trigger. It must be a multiplayer thing that. Yep, there they go. Go get them. Go get them, drones. Yeah, my drone damage is up by a lot. So it's one of the reasons why this is much, much, much faster.
Because you don't want to spend eons.
Yeah, it's once you're at this spot in the game and you've got drones and stuff, then it's just a matter of like just biding your time. You're just kind of you set off a little bit of a distance away and you just sort of let them plink away, and that's the name. That's what you do, and it just takes time. And I'm like, once I'm at this point, you really don't need to get crazy with it. So the trick is not getting too close. very, very bad if you get too close.
When would be a good time to join?
Just give me a couple minutes. I'll take this last hive out.
Sounds good. Because yeah, an interruption during the best action sequence probably isn't a good idea.
All the debris. All the debris out in space. Could you imagine, like, trying to navigate all this debris?
Yeah.
Whew. It's a lot of debris.
Can't remember if I asked you this or not, but do you have a good Dyson Sphere blueprint that you want to use?
Yes. I have a sweet,
Okay.
sweet looking Dyson Sphere blueprint. Alright. You can come in now.
Alrighty.
Oh. I really need another chair. I just don't know which one to get. The gamer chairs that you see everybody have, they look like my ass would hurt so hard sitting on those for so long. They don't have a lot of padding on the bottom of them, and
Yeah.
I just think it would be rough.
Yeah, often, like specific type chairs are horribly bad for you.
Yeah, one of my definite requirements for my next chair is having a high back so I can rest my head back and have it so I can lean, it's a rocker type so I could like lean back in it, ponder while I stare at my screen and ponder the code that I'm trying to write.
I would recommend that be like an op, or like how to phrase it. I would make sure that that's not your default position. If you lean back to ponder, that's one thing. But if you're playing and you're leaned back, that's horrible. You'll injure yourself. Boy, that doesn't sound right. 60 crafters for small carrier rocket. But that's also assuming, the logistics outputs could be forced out.
Yeah, and as far as the output, output goes through proliferators and then goes into a stack of high level chests, like a stack of them. I want massive storage for carrier rockets. So I want to be able to build this thing real fast.
Yep, there's already 10,000 of them in the system, or in the
Sweet.
storage. And Kaylin R asked mesh office chair.
That's what I have now. And it's been fine. It's lasted longer than my last chair. My last chair was cheap and it lasted no time. This chair was, back in the day, this chair is pretty old. I'd say $250. I don't know, 7 years old, maybe 6.5. So I've had this chair for a long time.
You're on Afric 2, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna join you, because if you're gonna start launching rockets, I wanna behold.
All right, let's clear all of these out. Let's see what
Nice.
polar photons. Okay. This is a nightmare. This is a nightmare of crap. So, we have output and then input. And the input is the gravity lens craziness, and output is obviously the photon. So, we have a single interstellar Duvallaki. This we want out, and then the photons can come out and get immediately processed into antimatter. Well, it would make sense to move the photons, wouldn't it? Because proliferation does not matter. You don't get a bonus output if you proliferate the photon. So it's one of the few recipes you just don't need. You just don't need to proliferate. You can, and it makes it faster, but you don't have to. Unfortunately, I don't know if there's a way to override that or to make it so it does. I guess I haven't looked. But we're gonna go blue spray tan. Let's go this local demand.
Since it's a 1-to-1 at that point, because we're ignoring hydrogen, I would see no harm in processing it here. I guess it mostly just depends where is your energy center going to be, because that's a pretty power hungry process.
What is processing?
Yeah, isn't it the mass energy storage recipe to break it down into antimatter?
Not really. You need to use particle colliders, but it's such a fast recipe. You don't need hundreds and hundreds of these. Like even with a massive, like just a enormously large Dyson Sphere, you really don't need that many. Like my blueprint for antimatter is literally 4 particle colliders. Like, it's it's minuscule. That right there is my blueprint for things. So like you just don't need things.
It's been a long time since I played this game, so I just don't remember.
Yeah, it looks like we have 1 in and 2 out. So it looks like the middle. Yeah, the middle is the in.
Yep.
So I could do that.
Glorious belt shenanigans. Gotta love it.
Like that. And then that. And the only trick is to make sure you are pulling the hydrogen. Otherwise, it's going to fill up with hydrogen and you're not going to be able to do much with it. It's the only shenanigans with this setup. And then we want gravity lenses. We don't need them in large amounts, but we do need some. And then this output here is going to be gravity lenses. And these are already set to photon generation. And they're just waiting on things. Now, let's see what my blueprint looks like for the late game sail ejector. Which, I can't remember which band I do. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure it's on either side of the... Okay, let's clear that out and that out. This and this. Pretty sure I set it. Fingers crossed. Nope. What is airing out? Can you go around the 2 equatorial things here and just clear anything out? Remove power poles. These, whatever they called, these little power tower things.
A couple more.
And do the other side too, the northern side.
All right.
I think I have enough. No, I don't have enough. So I'm just going to be able to do one of these, I guess.
Something easy enough that we can do a local craft.
Not unless you want to locally craft about 200 of these EM rail ejectors.
Wouldn't necessarily be the end of the world, but I don't know if the ingredients either. All right, looks like the is that northern hemisphere? Yeah, northern hemisphere should be clear.
Yeah, these will still be able to launch fast enough, I think, that I don't anticipate a problem having just one of these, but you could double them up if you really, really want to go crazy.
Okay, I can help with the belts and the sorters, but I don't have the rail ejectors nor the power poles.
There.
It was funny, some of them were turning green as I got close. I'm like, but I don't have them.
Right?
And then you popped into view.
Okay, so what I do, Dyson Swarm, we want this orbit. I hate that you can't edit this. The first one? I don't like that. You can't edit the first one. But we want to add orbit. We do maximum size, maximum inclination, maximum longitude, create.
If I remember right, you can kind of trick the system by like deleting that first one and then adding a new one.
I've never been able to delete the first one.
Okay.
Max size, orbit inclination. Let's do 90. And then 90. Why can't I do 89, 91? Can you, what? 90, please. Thank you. Create. Add. We want, again, maximum size. We want 90. And then 180. Oh, don't right click. I forgot. Don't right click. 90. 180. Create. So we have the tiny one in here, which you cannot delete. I've never been able to edit this one. Status enabled. Maybe we could. It says enabled, but I don't know how to like not enable it. That's unfortunate. Okay, so first let's like. I was really hoping to have like lots. Like, what are we producing? Let's do entire star cluster of carrier rockets.
The small carrier rockets should be outputting pretty much the max they can. They're going to be limited behind the Dyson Sphere components because it takes 2 of those.
Why is their consumption of deuterium fuel rods like pathetically small? That should be like crazy high, and I don't even see carrier rocket. Like, what is going on here? Entire star cluster. Okay, let's go to Afkirk system.
You might need to increase the time because it's been a while since it's produced any. They've been 10,000 for quite a while.
Shouldn't they be? Didn't you have large chests stacked filled with?
No, I didn't.
Oh my god! I was like, after they're proliferated, I want a stack of large chests full of those things, like a stack of them. Thousands upon thousands, because they only stacked like 400. So it's like I want thousands of Dysons, because when I paste that in, it's tens and tens of thousands of structure points that we're gonna need, which is why I like to have a large amount of them stored up, ready to go. Damn it. This whole time.
Yeah, sorry. I must have missed it when you said that.
You definitely did. Yep. All right. So the solar sails, we can start remote demand.
Oh, Killen R said something. I think that's about removing that first thing.
Bottom right, remove from this orbit. Bottom right. Ah! No, remove solar sails in this orbit. That, if you have any launched in here, it will remove any in the orbit. It doesn't remove the orbit itself. So I don't know how. I don't know how to remove it. Honestly, I have no idea. It's just bizarre. So no, that remove solar sails is a different thing. And I have one of the mods I have on here is the auto retargeting, and I'm sorry for the flashing. I should have mentioned a little bit of a warning there. So the EM rail ejectors, I think it's called like solar sail retargeting mini or something like that, but these things will dynamically change which orbit. There's the ray receivers. They will dynamically change which orbit. You can see this guy just started changing the orbit that they're, which is why you want to have multiple orbits, which is why I had so many like weird shaped orbits. There's 1,000 solar sails ready to rock and roll. And if we come up, no, wrong pole. Go to the other pole. You can see these are making very slowly, like agonizingly slowly at first. They are making the things, the antimatter. The more power, you can see the power going up and up and up and up and up and up and up here. The more power you feed them, the faster that goes. And right now, obviously, I have a couple more hives. I want to take the hives out of this system as well, because they will sap your Dyson Sphere power. 100% they will do that. So if we look, what thought it was you. It's not you. What's my Dyson Sphere? How did I forget this hotkey already? Why? That's Jesus. Run right here. Power intercepted by Dark Fog Hives. It's 80. They're chewing 80 megawatts, so it's about 10%. They're stealing 10% of my power, which is not cool. I think it's time we teach them a lesson. Let's go up here. And I'm sorry, Os, but this might like bug you out again. I'm not sure.
Ah, no worries.
Z tab this. Yeah, you can see there's 1,500. Go get them.
that is a nice stream of solar sails flying out there.
So definitely look at our solar sail production to see like what our production stats are.
Yep.
I want to make sure that we are good to go on that front.
I imagine that's going to need a boost. Well, maybe not.
I mean, we are producing a lot of them.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Yeah, okay, so that one looks good. It is really nice that you have the option of doing multiple swarms and multiple layers to the shell and stuff. The innermost ring of the swarm is almost connected to its origin.
Go forth. There you go. Oh shit. Woo. Yeah, that could have been bad.
Yeah, thanks for the suggestion on that, Kalen. I'm not sure too. I could have swore that I found a way to trick the system, but that was a long time ago. So I have no idea how I did it. Or even if I did it.
All right. damn, the tab key, it just screws me up so much.
Yeah, it's nice to have the ability to click on the interface, but yeah, it messes with that.
Okay, so let's actually request wherever that is. There it is. So let's get a request in for the rockets. Ooh. Wow. This is actually gonna almost run out of. Oh,
Man,
we're actually low on power. So we're not connected to this power up here right now.
Ah,
There we go.
oh wow, did the ray receivers always have that kind of effect above them?
When they have gravity lenses.
Okay.
It's only in effect when they have with the gravity lenses.
That explains it. I don't think I really used those.
Okay. So you can see the EM things are dancing. They're dancing. Dun, 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 dun. As they're looking for an orbit. They can't find one because it's like on the other side of them. Okay. Rockets and rockets. Let's get them distributed.
It's like they're not doing anything, but that's right. You gotta design the shell.
Yeah, I like having all the rockets all launch all at the same time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I prime the system first. And then get her done.
Man, that inner ring is dense.
And believe it or not, they will disappear really, really fast because I have another mod on here that makes it so Dyson Spheres absorb solar sails like 12 times faster. I mean, it's so much faster.
Ah. Yeah, sometimes that's a struggle when you're building the sphere for them to actually get absorbed in. It takes so long.
Yeah, you can actually build the sphere itself really fast, and then the absorption of the sails is just sometimes it just takes forever. So yeah, wow, this still hasn't gone around the planet. Let's go, Jesus. Yeah, see, rocket launch speed by default is 5 per minute. Proliferated, 25 per minute. So, massive difference. There it is. Okay. Give it a hot minute to fill up here. And then go, oh, I need to Alt tab out, unfortunately. No, what the hell? I don't want a different desktop Windows, you stupid. I have a, there it is. Dyson Gyro. Pop. Y. And paste. Boom.
Jeez.
Glorious.
Oof.
Waves of rockets.
Man, that is pretty crazy.
God, there's another hive out there? God damn it. Alpha and Beta Hive are not dead. Somehow they survived.
Ah.
Alright, well, I'm going to have to teach them
I'll
a
see
lesson,
if I
I
can go
guess.
take one down. I've got the ships. Pretty much just be sure you stay away from them.
Do you have them? You have the ships in your hangar. You have the space unit A through D. You have those set up in your C menu.
Oh, I don't have oops. C and D set up.
Oh.
Ah,
And then
it's 'cause I
the
don't
ships
have-
actually go in the hangar.
Yep. I see what it was. They were set to the normal ones. Oh, okay, that was just for ground. Space is set properly. All right. Which hive should I go after?
You can go after both of them. I mean, they're both
Oh.
tiny. They're both basically like they shouldn't even have any defenses on them. But oh, look at all the rockets. That's insane. Look at all those. Wow.
Yeah.
This is going to build in no time, considering how many solar sails we have around. You can see the solar sails already appearing outside the thing here. This bright neon line is the solar sails getting absorbed.
Yeah, you can even see out here. I can actually even see some of the structure being built.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them there. So if we look at our stats,
I'm guessing our small carrier rockets are woefully insufficient.
well, let's see here. I'm trying to figure out. I'm seeing solar sails. I'm not seeing. Look at how fast the gigawatts are going up. Whew. Total solar sails, nodes. Solar sail statistics. Structure points. There we go. So the outer one, the Dyson Shell 1, is 68,000 structure points. The next one in is 63,000, and the next one in from that is 59, roughly. And it's a little shy of 1.5 million cell points, which are the sales. I doubt we're going to be able to keep up this level of rockets because there's just no way. Like, there's no way.
That would take a lot of infrastructure.
So if we look at our rockets, see if I can find them. Rockets, small carrier rockets, production, 1,350 a minute. Consumption, let's see, 1 minute. God damn it. There it is. Huh! Yeah, we're using about twice as many. A little shy of twice as many. We're using 3,300 a minute and we're making 1,350. now we're actually producing quite a decent amount of antimatter. Photons, we're producing 1,000 photons a minute, right? No, we're quit jumping around, you stupid production tab. We're producing 473 photons a minute right now. The real trick is to stop the solar sails in time, so you don't have crazy solar sails just sitting out in orbit.
Yeah.
After the sphere gets finished, but oh, it's about to start another point. Yep, right there.
Yeah, the swarms getting absorbed is... Yeah, it doesn't even seem to work the same way it does in vanilla, because they seem like they're just magically teleporting to close by.
The solar sails?
Yeah.
Yeah, they still do that, but they're so much slower. Like they're so much slower. I think people really don't notice it all that. But that's really the only way to do it.
Yeah.
Because there's just too many points to try to map trajectories and stuff on. So they just appear kind of out a little ways and then...
Yeah, watching the rockets come into the nodes too. It's just a stream of them flying in. Yeah, I'm just now looking at the design for the sphere. Very nice. I like it.
Yeah, it looks really cool too when it's done. It's just like, oh, that's awesome. It looks like an actual, like, what you would make a day, like, how you would do it, basically.
Okay, I don't see the symbols for the hives anymore, so...
Yeah, it looks like we finally scrapped whatever. Because if they have any resources left, they rebuild their... the hive brain, the hive center.
Yeah.
So...
Well, that's weird. I'm not seeing the Dyson swarms anymore. Or are they all getting absorbed instantly?
They're all getting absorbed. They're gone. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Oof.
Didn't take long.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get a critical mass of the points done, and the solar sails start getting absorbed so much faster.
Yup. And I like how many nodes there are in this this design, because that was one thing I noticed when in my game from a couple of years ago, is that the nodes provide way more, like the structure points provide way more power than the swarm themselves, or than the sails.
Mm-hmm. God, could you imagine a civilization that could actually pull this off? Like,
Oof.
Jesus.
I mean, yeah, how long is it going to take before humanity gets to that point?
I don't think we'll ever make it. Like, there's no
yeah,
way.
I think we're going to be extinct before.
Because we would, just the amount of resources that it would take would be multiple solar systems worth of every planet you mine until there's nothing left.
Yeah.
Right? Because even like, think of like the Earth. It is a tiny speck compared to the size of the sun. And then you go an orbit around the star, like the distances involved would be so vast just to create a thread the thickness of a human hair around the sun, in one thread around the sun, thickness of a human hair of iron, at the distances we're talking about here, right? Because you can't build it right next to it, obviously. So you'd have to be at least like Mercury orbit out. It would take planets worth of materials to be able to just produce that. And we're talking like structure. There's no way. You would have to farm many solar systems to be able to build one. And that would mean going out to the solar system, harvesting everything, shipping it all back. We're talking how many lifetimes of the civilization would have to be dedicated to doing that. And we, as a species, we can't have a project that lasts more than one presidency before we forget what we were doing. Like, how would we ever, as a society, as a species, plan for... That's why, like, when I think of, like, going to the next star and having, like, a generational ship, right? Because at current thruster technology, even if we pushed it to theoretical maximum, it would still take upwards of 10 to 20,000 years before we would be able to make it to the next star. So you imagine how many generations that is. That's more time than we have been a civilization. Twice as long. Agriculture came around about 10,000 years ago. So you're talking about 20,000 years to this next star. There's no generational society of humans that would last that long. You would get out maybe 2 generations and the whole system would implode on itself. You would have civil war. People would be like, what are we doing? I don't believe in this. You would be many generations removed from the actual generation that was gung-ho about the project. Now your grandchildren have inherited this project. They may not want to be there, but they have no choice. So that breeds a resentment. That breeds like, what are we doing? All it takes is a few people to sabotage a spaceship, and you are like it just does not take much. And we as a species are not there. As far as like, as a species, we're not there. We are too destructive, too selfish, way too prone on what we need, not what the species need. If we were focused on what the species need, like, we would be embracing nuclear power and electric vehicles, and we would be embracing all of this as a species globally. It would be a unified front. But no, that's not what happened. So we have a long ways to go before anything like this would be even remotely possible. It would take upwards of 100 to 200,000 years of any sort of species to build a Dyson Sphere. Hundreds of thousands of years. Just resource gathering, production, and deployment is just obscene. And then you've got to figure out, you've got to make sure you're building around a star that's not going to blow up in a few years. Right?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, well, we got to pick our star. You know, maybe
100,000.
You know, maybe your home star is not really where it's at. So you got to decide, like, okay, where do we build?
Got a couple of comments from Spy. He said AI. I think that was in regards to space travel.
Yeah, AI to a point can manage trajectories, can manage things. I think the only way a generational ship would exist is if everybody on the ship was in a sort of a Matrix style simulation where there's nobody actually walking around on the ship having access to the engine compartment, you know, God forbid. Everything in the ship was all automated and managed. And then the people inside, instead of a cryo sleep, which is impractical and impossible as far as biology goes, the people inside would be basically like in the Matrix. That's essentially what it would be. It would be just a shared simulation. And again, one of the reasons, you know, when you watch The Matrix, one of the greatest things about The Matrix, when he's describing, I think it was in the second movie, when he finally meets the architect, and the architect is talking, and he's like, the first Matrix was perfect. The first Matrix was a utopia. But it was wholeheartedly rejected by humanity. Everybody we plugged into it rejected it because they were expecting to suffer. And that was the most realistic part of that whole thing. That was a really good understanding of humanity. You plug a bunch of people in and it's just a utopia, everybody sing along. People would be like, something's not right about this. Like, this is too good. And they would start rejecting it. So I don't know how you would do a simulation like that, but that's essentially how it would have to be done. Looks like we finally ran out of ships.
Yep, actually a little bit ago, but I didn't want to interrupt. And spy meant the entire ship is AI. No people to harvest resources and build Dyson Sphere. Yeah,
right, but at that point, we're not even, if we're not involved, we don't benefit. Because then the Dyson Sphere is just feeding an AI. That's all it's for. And at that point, humanity doesn't exist. If an AI decides to build a Dyson Sphere, it's like, oh yeah, I can build this. I'll build the ships. I'll build then the AI is just taking control of it, and the people are not really a part of it. Okay, let's go see what I can do to help here.
Deuterium fuel rods. That's our bottleneck.
That's our bottleneck?
Yep.
Okay, let me look at production. So, instead of going there, let me go to the home planet.
Yeah, it would send excess back to Earth, but I think the AI itself would have such high power requirements that you wouldn't get a lot back. Or, as Buggy said, it would be a multi-generation, heck, probably multi-civilization project. And
Right.
you know that,
The problem with power is, yes, in games we're sending power around, but power really doesn't work like that, right?
yeah, not with our current level of
You
technology.
can't put something out in space, have it collect power, and then somehow beam that power like that. We don't have the ability to do that. I don't even know how you would do that, because my understanding of power, aka electricity, is essentially the cycling of electron frequency over a medium, right? Over a wire. Like power is like AC power is electrons doing this back and forth, and DC power is just them going in one direction, right? That's power. Now, that's just electrons. When you have power in space, let's say you have solar power, and you're generating like the Dyson Sphere, solar sails, and the solar sails have, let's say they have a megawatt of power. How do you send that to Earth? A megawatt of power. There are ways to do it via like heat, but heat would be very lossy. You would lose the vast majority of the power to just waste.
I think one of the popular theories, anyway, is microwave transmission.
Holy shit, we've got thousands of white science in here.
Nice.
Well, shit.
Plus, I think another thing is that there's probably, we're probably going to need to find a new quote power, but that's kind of an alien concept. What would it be? And I don't even know if we can conceptualize it, because back when we were using mechanical energy, water wheel to spin a stone to crush flour, wheat into flour. The concept of electricity was just like, you're doing what with what now?
Yeah, it doesn't.
And
There's
it's going to be, that is, so yeah, what it's going to be is, I don't know. But yeah, there's got to be other forms of power. But yeah, getting it back to Earth, that would probably require something to the effect of subspace transportation of some form, or essentially.
no. It would. I mean, I'm not discounting subspace Duvalakis, but talking about like real physics, you would have to you'd have to have some sort of plasma channel of some kind, and you'd have to you would have to have some weird exotic way of moving power that or a completely new way of looking at power, like a as to get unknown methodology of electricity, of some power. Sort of like if you watch enough Star Trek, one of the hallmarks of Star Trek is their power systems on those ships, especially like Voyager, right? Those are the power systems that they use. They're not analogous to power that we have. They're just not. So it's some weird exotic power that they're able to take from their engine core and transfer around the ship, right? From what I have picked up from it. Oh, I need level 13 now. Great. I'm trying to build up the logistics stations here. So now I need logistics carrier capacity level 13. I don't even know how many we have left. The problem with the deuterium here is I can't keep up with the supply. Okay. We might have to do another setup for fractionators. Yeah, let's do... Okay.
Sorry, I was not really AFK there, but I couldn't talk for a bit. But yeah, spies saying Google saying microwaves and lasers. I assume in relation to how to transmit power. But another thing about that is all that is theoretical, and we're talking about thousands, if not millions, of years into the future.
Right, and microwave, I mean, you can transmit a focused beam of microwave. You can. But imagine for a moment what sort of accidents could happen if something is misaligned, right? If you're in space, like a long ways away, and you're beaming to something on the Earth, like a receiver, imagine the accuracy that you would need. It would be like shooting a BB gun in New York and hitting a tin can on top of the Eiffel Tower. Right? That's kind of what we're talking about here. The accuracy that you would need. Now, if that's off by a minuscule fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a degree, imagine a focused beam of microwaves hitting a city. There is no escaping, right? It doesn't matter if you're indoors. It doesn't matter where you are. That would literally cook the population of the city. Like, literally. Imagine everybody getting stuffed into a microwave. That's what we're talking about. So, the dangers of a microwave system like that would be innumerous. Now, there's one technology that would more or less revolutionize space travel and interacting with space as far as a civilization goes. And any civilization likely that's capable of what we're talking about is a space elevator. So a space elevator, if you're able to just build something that gets you into a high enough orbit where it takes a tiny, tiny fraction of the energy to then leave the planet, that is a game changer. And then a space elevator, like a space station, whatever is way up there, right? So imagine a tether, a line coming off the equator of the Earth, going all the way up into space, about the height of the International Space Station. And then there's a space station up there, right? There's a big mass, big enough mass that's out there to keep that tight, right? Keep that taut, and is orbiting fast enough. It's basically like if you're spinning around in a circle with a rock on a rope, right? You're keeping that tight all the way around as you spin. Then you're able to interact with the thing in space, and then through regular cabling, maybe superconductive cabling, drop stuff down to the surface. But I think as far as energy goes, once we crack fusion, once we figured out the best way of doing fusion, there will be no other need for space-based transmission of power. Fusion will be enough power once we figure it out, and we will figure it out. It's the benefit of fusion is too good not to try, not to figure out. Like it would be too beneficial to society to give up on. So we will work on it and work on it and work on it and work on it until we've cracked it.
That's one thing we're good at, being tenacious.
Yes.
Which could either be a compliment or an insult. Oh, you were talking about multiple solar systems required to build a Dyson Sphere. That's assuming there's no massive breakthroughs. Because imagine if replication technology came into being, and you could even use the power that you get from a Dyson Sphere to perform replication.
Well, what are you replicating?
Well, the components to build the sphere itself.
But what's the raw material? Replication.
No, that's.
Are you talking about like food replicators, sort of like
nope. Material synthesis?
Like energy into matter?
Yes.
Like
I said, it's all theoretical, but I mean, we're talking about theoretical things anyway.
I mean,
I wouldn't say that's out of bounds.
The matter into energy, we know how to do that.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we have no way to harness the energy. Because if you directly convert matter into energy, the amount of energy released is an atomic bomb. An atomic bomb is essentially like the hydrogen bomb is like matter into energy, direct conversion.
Yep.
Energy into matter, that's a tough one. That's a really tough one. To control, not only control energy into matter, but control what it turns into. I think that would take some weird exotic material that is as yet undiscovered by people. Like, it's not as simple as, oh, we can just replicate this, blah, blah, blah. It's like, not really. Okay.
But it is a theoretical possibility. And honestly, I think
Technically, yes.
we're closer to accomplishing such a thing than you think.
Really? You
well,
really think that we're close to that?
I never said close. I said closer than you think.
Okay. Like, what do you like? How close do you think we are?
Thousands of years, as opposed to millions.
From my understanding of physics, I don't think it will be possible, at all, to control that energy into matter. Because, like, what in nature does that? That's always kind of what I get to when I look at some theoretical tech, is what in nature actually accomplishes this same thing. And, like, I don't really know of anything in nature that just spontaneously creates matter. There's plenty of stuff that destroys it. There's every star transmutes it. It creates new, like, it binds matter, hydrogen into helium, etc., etc. But there's really nothing in nature that out and out creates matter. So that's why it's like I don't anticipate seeing tech that's capable of that.
Spy only gets ads when we're having discussions. Weird. Oh, he said that it wouldn't be economical. Well, that was kind of part of the caveat, is that you could use the power you're getting from the Dyson Sphere to expand the sphere itself, and then you'd have exponential growth, and yeah, it would have a lot of absorption, but essentially it would at that point it would build itself. Doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as the star itself doesn't die out, which, maybe that would be a possibility.
I mean, our star is about 500 million years left before Earth becomes uninhabitable. We have about 500 million. In about 4 billion years, the star is going to go red giant, right? It's going to consume the inner planets. So there's a big time difference between 500 million years from now and 4 billion years from now. Right, there's a big gap there. The 500 million years is the length of time we have left on Earth before Earth is going to be dead. So there are several factors that go into that. If one doesn't kill us, the other will. Right. So there's several factors. One of which is, for one, about 500 million. I mean, it's going to be gradual, but 500 million years. The sun's output will have gone up about 1% more than what it is today. And that alone shifts the Goldilocks zone further away, right? So we get essentially closer to the sun. It's going to get hotter, which is going to radically change the climate on the planet, right? And if we're not prepared for that, then bad things happen. But the other caveat to that, or the other side to that, is the other domino is the plate tectonics inside the planet, right? So the core of the planet has been cooling very, very slowly for 4.5 billion years, and it's to the point where it would not take much more cooling to start having a cascade effect on and being a problem for humanity, because as it cools, the mantle gets thicker and thicker, and plate tectonics basically will grind to a halt. And it cools enough. As it cools, the outer core will start slowing down because it's going to get thicker and thicker and cooler, and eventually it will be slow enough where our magnetic field will get much weaker, and that will essentially be it for habitable Earth. So we have 500 million years on this planet. Now we could find other planets. There are some moons of like, I think there's a moon of Saturn. There's a moon of Jupiter that has potential for much longer, like, possible use, but it would take an immense effort, technology, and craziness to put it to use. But as the sun gets hotter, it will get those areas out there will get more habitable. What is liquid methane oceans now would warm up. But that, in that instance, we wouldn't be able to do it anyway, just because it would turn into Venus. So yeah, there's, what is this? Why is copper my bottleneck here? What?
Weird.
Wow, these are still on yellow. Okay. You can go away. You can go away. You can go away. Yeah, the particle containers. Literally have three smelters for copper on them.
Oh. Oh, I think I designed the particle section, but I was just tapping into Death's setup for smelting, because it didn't look like he was going to use one of those.
What's cool about this thing too is also it can output stacks at a time, so it's pretty glorious.
Yeah, it works with the logistics technology, stacking technology. Yeah, its versatility is fantastic. They could have just done like an upgraded miner, but no, they wanted to do it once and do it right. Is there anything I should be doing out here? I'm still in Afric. Alfric. Could work on like the bottleneck of the deuterium, but I think you're.
I just got some of that done.
Plus, we're kind of capped on what kind of what we can do to help that along, because deuterium is going to be our limiting factor. I suppose I could go find some more gas giants with deuterium.
Yeah, even ones with hydrogen. I'm gonna be crafting up a bunch more fractionators.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be jumping on some fractionation here.
covered all of Beta Tauri.
All right, there's particle containers are finally happy again.
Oh, that's right. The probability of a gas giant depends on the star, right? So what is it, like G-type stars that typically have them?
I am not aware of the star actually impacting that.
I think it's only a probability, not a. But it's not like.
I think it was, from what I understand, it was just all random, but I could be wrong.
Oh, there's one with deuterium.
Okay. So I've got this one. I've got this one consuming that. I've got this one consuming deuterium. I doubled the amount of fuel rods we're making. That's all.
Next.
Let's look at our production here. Yeah, we're at 2,600 now. Consumption is 2,040. So yeah, we're at about 2,700 a minute, give or take.
Good. I still have 40 orbital collectors, so I can claim that.
Holy, that research that I'm doing is taking a while. Wow. We're probably we're chewing through the research. Wow. Well, we went from almost having 8,000 in here to having 160. And we still have 2,100 left. Like, crazy amount. Wow.
Ray asked something a few minutes ago. Was that Titan?
Titan? Titan might be one. Io, I think, is one.
Yeah, I think Io is. I think Europa.
Europa is definitely a possible. But one of those is like an ocean world. It's a frozen ocean world. It's not. It wouldn't make for a good.
Yeah, I think that would be Europa. I think it's the presence of just some of the materials and the. I think it actually has an atmosphere, which is one of the reasons it's appealing.
Oh, yeah, there's a few of them that have an atmosphere. Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy Moses. We are gonna barely squeak by with this research.
Oof.
We're just gonna finish it when this chest runs out. And we are producing 360 a minute. But we're consuming 420 a minute. 420?
Nicker.
Yeah, wow. We had like 38 left.
Oof.
That's amazing. But the logistics should be now outputting 3. So we should be really pushing a lot of production. All those setups that we built, assuming they would actually output enough. Now we're finally going to start outputting enough.
Yep.
All right, I want to automate some fractionators. Let's see what nasty business. Oh my god. It's like all low-level stuff, but all of my low-level stuff and things set up are just like not ideally placed. Glass, brick, steel. Oh, wow.
Death.
Oh my god.
Oz.
Well, that's gonna do it. No.
Oh,
I was
so
expecting
mean.
it, honestly. I was kind of
I mean, it's probably not far away, but
yeah, I mean, we've been going for 8 hours, man. Where the hell have you been? No, I'm kidding. Kidding.
No, only 8 hours? Oh, come on, you can do another 6.
Oh, man. I just got done being sick.
yeah, I think both of us are kind of incapable of that at this point. Can't speak for you, though, Death. Which is odd. I mean, I can be at my computer. I mean, most days I'm literally at my computer the entire day, but it's just something about streaming that is so draining.
You can say it. It's us. You can say it.
It is. It is.
Something about you guys just pisses me off. Okay.
I mean, I'm sure you feel that too. That streaming has like an extra drain of some kind.
Honestly, the biggest difference for me is the game that we're playing, how engaged I am. Because the time today, I mean, 8 hours have gone by pretty fast for me. And there are some games that we play, I won't name names, that drag on. Like 4 hours in, I'm looking at the time like, oh my god, like, there are some games that's just like, I just don't fucking care. I just don't care. And those are the hard ones. And the other dimension of that is how active chat is.
Yeah, that helps.
Having an active chat makes a huge difference in sort of my mental like capacities, I guess.
Should I try to harvest this deuterium locally, or do you think that doesn't so much matter?
What do you mean
Probably doesn't
harvested
matter.
locally?
Well, I mean, process it locally. Should I take one of the planets in this system and actually create like a fractionation system?
I mean, having too many distributed will be really hard to try to figure out if we have a bottleneck. Like, what's the bottleneck? And because you're not guaranteed to drain a setup. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up a fractionation system. I'm gonna pull any and all hydrogen in existence to me, and then just mass convert it here. And hopefully all the little bits and bobs all over the place will get converted.
Yeah.
But I gotta figure out where to build this, because this is... Okay, I'm just gonna go to the end of the bus, because F it, I can't be bothered.
This also has straight up deuterium on the planet as well, rather than fire ice. As fun as fire ice is, it is also nice to have deuterium.
Yeah, deuterium I am already requesting several places, so...
Excellent.
Wait. Steel, I could...
Spy mentioned that he's usually at work on your Wednesday streams, which yeah, I think Buggy kind of figures that, and it's also the
Oh, I was like, why is nothing happening? And Renegade's joining.
oh yeah.
At work when you.
Wow, 30 megs.
Yeah, we've been
Yeah.
busy, man. We haven't been sitting around waiting for you.
I'm arriving at the home system, so you'll probably get that hit too.
Oh, yep, there it is.
Hopefully it won't delay us too long. Oh, there we go. Nice.
All right, so steel I can just grab from there. Okay, and then I need brick. Glass and processors. Okay. This brick has not been touched in so long. This is all level 1 proliferated. And then there's level 2. This has just been crazy.
Do we have a system for the fractionators?
I literally just plugged it in.
Okay.
All right. Now, let's go see if I can design this system a little bit better.
I need to go grab more orbital collectors just in case I hit another gas giant.
So what
yeah,
we're
now
gonna
that
do?
we've got the stacking, that is going to be a fantastic way of doing it.
All right. So I'm gonna try to make it look cool. No guarantees.
Entity ID mismatch. Desync. Really?
Oh man. I wonder if that's because I was joining in.
Okay. Takes you so much longer to download than it does OS when OS does it.
Yeah, it's strange.
Oh, that first time I downloaded it went a lot quicker than this.
Huh.
A lot quicker. I'll blame the rain.
Ah, it's raining.
Well, there's another thing that we have to figure into it too. I know Elon posted this, but the solar storms that are going right now, like, I don't know if anybody, I know Oz, you said you actually could see
The Aurora Borealis?
the aurora. That means the amount of charged particles in the upper atmosphere is very, very high, which is where those auroras come from. And the satellites, the Starlink satellites are right in there. And Elon posted like a screenshot of some sort of like low-level debug that they have in the Starlink system. And it is peaked right now, maxed out in terms of like electromagnetic interference.
Yeah. Yeah, because my ping is unusually high right now. I'm usually in like the 20s or 30s, and my ping's almost 200.
Yes, and that is from those solar storms.
And I can't even see it because of stupid rain.
Stupid
Man,
rain.
That's kind of the worst. You're trapped inside because of the rain, and then you can't do the funnest thing that's inside, which is play video games.
Damn it. Wait, I was right.
It's kind of like I hate it when when the power goes out, because then I have to watch TV by candlelight.
Oh yeah, you joke about that. I actually like. Was it? I don't know if it was last time the power went out, but one of the first times the power went out when I moved into this place. I mean, maybe once or twice a year I'll have a brownout. Usually it's regarding a summer storm, but the power goes out, and I'm sitting at my computer, and I have a battery backup, so the power goes out. I can tell. So I want to shut everything down. You know, I can actually shut my computer down like really, really good, or very, safely. And then I shut my system down, and I'm like, oh, maybe I should just watch some Netflix or something. And then I was like, oh shit.
That's actually why I mentioned it, because my brain goes into a loop of, oh, okay, what do I do now? I can't play video games. Oh, well, let's watch TV.
Yeah.
No.
It's just like, what was I like? I must be crazy if I'm thinking that. That's so. What's funny is like one of the last times the power went out, I really realized how effed we are if the power ever really goes out for any extended amount of time. Like,
yeah,
like
those dystopian movies where the power goes out for a day and it's chaos doesn't seem too far off.
Yeah, it's really accurate. It would really be accurate.
Ooh, even the proliferation juice.
Okay, now proliferation juice. Remote demand. So let's go blue juice. Oh. Oh. And hydrogen. And deuterium. Hydrogen. We are going to remote demand that.
A couple of these sorters are out of. Sure, but I'll fix them.
Yeah, you can just move those closer. And then I need sorters on the inside. All right. That is ready to go. Deuterium is flowing.
Yeah, those pile sorters are a complete game changer.
Yeah. And fully upgraded now, they can single-handedly fill a blue belt.
Yeah,
You only need one.
I was noticing.
It's crazy. Alright. We have lots of deuterium now. It's about a 5%. 5% almost on the dot.
Man, this is such a better way of doing it than the particle colliders.
Oh yeah. I mean, you lose half.
Yeah,
It's a half consumption. This is...
I honestly don't even know why the particle collider recipe is a thing.
I think it's basically a sink, an excess hydrogen sink. If you find yourself just with too much,
Fair.
and you need to do something with it. Yeah, because once that Dyson Sphere is actually built, we're building a Dyson Sphere around a Kier Renegade. Yeah. Alf Kirk, sorry. So, looks like it's coming along nicely.
Okay.
And now that we have lots of antimatter, I should be able to make the antimatter capsules, which uses deuterium. And freaking, oh my god. Are you kidding me? It needs magnets. This high-level plasma capsule, graphene magnets deuterium,
Oh man.
and then the antimatter capsule uses that capsule plus hydrogen and antimatter and a particle container. But why magnets? Damn it. That's one thing, like, I do not put on the bus. Ugh. Damn it. And we use them. I mean, man. Okay. Antimatter fuel. More hydrogen, more antimatter. That should be no problem. And then I'm not even going to worry about distributing antimatter fuel because we are going to immediately make the better fuel off of that.
Yeah, may as well.
All right, I think I can.
We're so close to so many techs that yeah.
I think I can do that one. And that one. 9,000. And then that one's 18,000. Wow. That's only 8,000. Well, let's see. Let's see where we are after that, because reasons. Yeah, if I want... I really want those antimatter capsules. Like, you launch one of those manually. I don't really use turrets at all for these. Like, there's really no point. The rockets do plenty of damage. But it's so fun to have your mech with those, because you can just shoot one of those and it blows up a enormous area of enemies. Like, it's just pop. It just obliterates just this pocket of enemies. Because it has a blast radius of 20, and it does like 6,000 damage, and it's just pop, and it just obliterates them. They're a pain in the ass to build, though. Ugh. And they share resources with the antimatter fuel rod, so it might be wise to just sort of kind of come over here. Maybe north of the bus here. Build a thing over here. And then maybe use some of the top of the bus. Because I don't really anticipate needing much more of this. Okay, so... magnets, though. Graphene, hydrogen, and deuterium. Or, wow, yeah. That's a lot of things. So, graphene. No, we have graphene on the bus, don't we? Yeah. So I can pull that off the bus. Hydrogen, though. And deuterium. And antimatter. I don't need an exceptional amount of that. Okay. Okay, somebody go do magnets somewhere. Like, Jesus. Fucking magnets.
How do you want them delivered? Just straight into logistics?
Yeah, I'll request them with this logistics station. This ILS. So you can just put them in a PLS and that should be fine. If they're local. Okay, so this thing here, graphene, I'll pull off the bus. Magnets, which is coming in from this thing. So let's go magnets. graphene will come right off of the bus because of reasons. And then deuterium. Okay. Now I don't need a exceptional amount of these.
So only two full belts.
Huh. Only. Let's get some proliferation over here. Okay. Okay, now the secondary item is Schnikes. 4 ingredients, of course.
There you go. They should start flowing pretty quick here.
Sweet. Whoa. We are low on power. Oh no, maybe not. There we go. I was just missing.
Isolated network.
Yeah.
Ah.
Let's go.
I think I might get dropped.
Oh shoot.
Yep, you did.
Yeah, my ping shot up to 600.
Oof.
Yeah, it's like, why is it like? It's always like storming. I've lost track of how many times you've joined streams and you're like, yeah, it's storming. It's crazy storming out. It's like, we don't like. That's crazy. Like every week, every day, like crazy.
Do you ever see the sun?
Yeah, like when is it like sunny out?
In the spring? Not often. See it a lot in the, like in that little gray area between winter and spring. We see it a lot.
Sprinter.
But otherwise, yeah, it rains a lot here.
Okay, so come on. How much are you downloading every time you do this?
31 meg. Between 30 and 31.
Yeah, here they just announced, I know they blasted emails announcing that they were going to have some downtime here locally, the ISP I use, because they were adding another trunk line. So it was even faster internet now. Glorious.
Kind of news you like to hear.
Yeah. Just makes me think of Renegade. Like, dude, you need to move over here because.
Renegade, he wants you to bunk with him.
I mean, I have one spare room. I mean, offered it to you, Oz, but
I mean, it'd be a really long drive for me to get to work.
yeah,
A little bit.
yeah, little trick, yeah.
And yeah, Bug, I would like to take you up on that offer, but it's... I don't know if how I'd fare on a trip.
Yeah, with my luck, you'd get here to be like, oh, I have to stay.
Yeah. You joke, but that might not be far off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could barely take care of myself when I was alone in the house. And that's just, you know, cooking meals, because somebody else was doing my shopping.
Let's see. I need... Graphene is done. Those are done. I need the deuterium. Local demand.
Come on.
Oh, Renegade got popped again.
I guess it's not meant to be today.
Damn.
Wow, yeah. Like, you just don't have the luck, not only with, like, weather, but just everything. All the luck.
I redid a portion of the magnetic ring thing because I noticed I didn't have them proliferated. And yes, I have no idea how I can miss such a thing. Well, I guess technically I do have an idea on how I can miss a thing.
Okay, so I need hydrogen. And antimatter.
I have a lead on another gas giant with deuterium. Do you think I should build on it, or will we overwhelm the system at that point?
I mean, we can hold off. We can always add.
Okay.
It's a lot harder to remove production.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we can always supplement more.
The system, I may as well mention the system so that I'm not the only one that knows about it. Oh, where'd my indicator go?
So how was work today, Renegade? Are you very busy?
It was a decent day. I mean, I wouldn't say very busy, but it was a decent day. Steady.
Steady. Well, at least time went by fast.
Yeah, enough work to keep us busy. Didn't have any sitting there twiddling our thumbs waiting for stuff to happen. Until about an hour before we closed, then it started raining and everyone left, and then we were bored.
Yeah, kind of part and parcel there. All right, we have antimatter freaking capsules. Glorious, but holy Moses, like Jesus. That was a process. All right, I'm gonna get rid of that. Cover that up. I need the space.
Maya Placidus is the planet.
Bless you.
Thank you. You all. Wow. That produces surprisingly quickly.
What?
The antimatter capsules.
Oh, I know. Yeah, we're not shy. We're not going to be shy of those. That's for sure. I massively overbuilt that setup. But that's fine. It's fine. I
Can
don't.
you not put these in your fuel chamber?
They don't go in fuel chamber. They go in your ammo. It's an ammo.
Oh, okay.
Put them in there instead of missiles, because you don't need missiles anymore. Because those things, whoo, yeah, you don't need missiles. And I would take them off of auto. So wherever they are, don't have them auto firing, because they have a long range and they will aggro shit from a long ways away if you land on a planet. If you land on like a fresh planet. So you don't want to aggro stuff if that's far away. That's bad. This is bad. Alrighty. I cut all the power out of that, so let's put that back. Now, I would like to do antimatter fuel rods. Yeah, I think I took it down, but I think I need to put it back. Just for reasons. I have I bet you I have warpers on me that I don't need. Maybe not. Okay.
I could toss some at you if you want some that you don't need.
I don't really want any that I don't need. All right. This research is 18,000 whites. Good to go. That will be the final logistics station stack. That'll be 4 stacked items. Glorious amount of items. We are shy of antimatter. We want to check our antimatter setup. Something tells me photon, something tells me the hydrogen is backed up.
I'll fly out there.
So what I could do on our deuterium setup over here is where the heck? I am so lost. Where am I? Where is it? There it is. Oh, there's really no way. Damn it. I don't think there's I did not leave enough real space in here. Darn it.
It's on the same planet that the launchers is on, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The antimatter setup, yeah.
Yeah. Going through a nice giant burst of rockets getting launched.
I mean, I could I could add a setup. I could add another setup for deuterium fuel rods that actually makes them without grabbing deuterium. Ooh, let me do that. Without grabbing deuterium from orbital collectors. That I think would make a big difference. That would focus only on deuterium made locally.
Oh, that's what's wrong. Your crafter for them isn't outputting the hydrogen quick enough.
What? No.
Hydrogen, yeah, the particle colliders. Well, let me
Really?
check it out here. I upgraded one of the.
That's crazy.
Oh, okay. It is, but it's minor. I think I'll change it anyway. But yeah, I think there's just not enough of these processing.
You can definitely increase that. I'm still gonna do this thing, but so I'm gonna uncheck orbital collector. I'm gonna grab deuterium, and we're gonna grab some more blue juice and remote demand.
Of course, I was trying to do this without picking up any hydrogen, and it's like, no, you must pick up hydrogen.
Okay. So, no orbital collector, local demand should pull an excessive amount of deuterium. Let me local storage. Stupid thingies. Okay. Well, now I've increased another 50% deuterium fuel rod.
All right, now we have too much hydrogen being stockpiled, and that might have been a problem before as well.
Too much hydrogen. So one of the things I could do, let's see. How about I walk back here? Let's see. Where is our hydrogen coming from? Right in here. I'm going to take orbital collectors away from this hydrogen gathering here. And so only hydrogen in logistics will be grabbed for this deuterium setup, which will hopefully be enough.
Yeah, I think one dedicated one to it should.
Yeah, I didn't want to do the new setup that I did, the double fractionators, so I've got the other one basically pulling from logistics rather than orbital collectors. So that it pulls it consistently enough where it should be fine.
Does that one have ships in it? Because the one on this side does not. Can change that. I just don't want to do it without it does. Okay.
Yeah, that ship's in it. You can always put them in there so we have two-way transfer.
Is true.
That way it's much faster. For some reason, these are all coming in only double proliferated. That's weird.
Is it because of the oh no, the tier. Huh.
All right. We are producing so many of these things now. Yeah, there's 4,000 sitting in the logistics thing in here, so... It seems to me we're making enough now.
Yep, we should be good.
All right, let's look at the status. Ooh, look at those. Look at them. Look at the rockets streaming into this thing. It's glorious. Oh, something stopped. Oh, lost rock.
Yep, sorry, I was landing on the other planet. I'm gonna check to see if there's any bottlenecks here. Production chat probably should tell us, but since I'm here, a close eye or a actual visual on it is better.
Yeah, definitely check like solar sails and stuff, because
what is it? I think the launchers right now are actually our bottleneck because we have carrier rockets actually in the storage chest.
wow.
But the logistics station isn't full. Well, that's strange. Why would that be? The way I had set it up, it shouldn't have a backlog.
Um, Loading.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like we're chewing through the Dyson Sphere components a little faster than we are the carrier rockets. So that would be kind of our next step, which might drain our solar sails. Our solar sails are being made in a different system, right?
Solar sails are yes. No. Where are they being made? Can't remember which system they're being made in.
That's one unfortunate thing. This game can get away from you. Oh man, it's right on the tip of my brain.
Yeah, I know. I made a double setup for them.
Beta Towery, maybe? That or Ida Phoenix. Okay, yeah, now all of them are concentrated in the building. For some reason, though, the way I had it set up, I just did a system where I was pulling it out of the logistics and then bringing it back in from the logistics. And that wasn't working since we now have higher stacking size.
Yeah.
That was but now it's a true buffer.
It looks like we're not getting delivered. I didn't look at quantum chips while I was on the home planet. Quantum
Ooh.
chips are dropping. Let's look at. See if I can find them in this giant mess of nasty business here.
Oh man. 230 some versus 920 consumption. Oh, well that's strange.
We're producing 2,700 a minute, and we're consuming 900 a minute.
Yeah.
So
Strange,
why
'cause
are
the
we?
very spiked demand or spiked production? Because what is that? Like 2 minutes ago is when it started producing them, or thereabouts. Huh. Maybe it was just clearing out the backlog at that point. I don't know.
That is a good question. And one probably answerable. What I'm guessing is there's a supply issue. One of the items that it takes is low for some reason.
Which would be processors. Those seem.
Because yeah, production is dropping again.
And then what is it? The
Okay.
Casimir crystals. Those are at 0.
It's probably Casimir crystals then, because those are used in the plane filter.
Oh, and where are we making those? Is that the home planet or?
No, Casimir crystals. Oh, jeez, where are we making those? Graphene, hydrogen, titanium crystal. Where are we making those titanium crystals? Probably somewhere there.
I know we're making some on the home planet, but I'm not sure if it.
What you can really do to figure out where things are being made.
Oh yeah, the filtering on the productions tab.
Yeah, and then you can, instead of entire star cluster, you can go to the different systems, right? Etaphonetics has no listing at all for 10 minutes for Casimir, so we know it's not there. Beta Tauri, no, nothing there. Beta Tauri is where we're making solar sails, so 7,000 a minute solar sails. Not bad. Epsilon Loopy, what? Oh, that must be a place you put deuterium and hydrogen. F Kirk system, I don't think we're making them here.
Okay, I think it is the home star system. Just not the home planet.
Okay, Casimir, so home star system.
Yeah, it's gotta be. Do you want me to go check that out, or do you want to? Or I guess I should ask, where do you want me to head?
Yeah, we need to tackle that. I mean, I think we both should probably hit it. Where is that production?
I'll narrow it down. Go ahead and get in warp to the home system.
Home system. We must be making them on the home system. I don't see a reason. I don't see any other planet having production of that. So, yep. Let's warp back to the home system.
Yeah, all on the home planet.
I'm gonna wait for you to land before I take off, because you got a lot of load on the home system. There's a lot of shit there.
Yeah.
I do love how that Dyson Sphere looks being built in the outside, the distance there.
Yeah. Alright. Landing, but it'll take a sec here.
Alright.
I'm going to take a quick peek at this, and then I think I might have to go grab some more water. My throat is getting dry. And as I say that, I can actually feel a scratch and kind of hear it.
Uh-oh. That's what I was dealing with last week.
Yeah, not quite that kind of scratch, though, so I wouldn't be too worried about that. And if it does happen, well, I'll just blame you. You got me sick.
Yeah.
You sneezed into the microphone.
Digital virus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still, like, not 100%. Like, by far, usually a week. I've never been sick for a week. So, yeah, it's very bizarre for me to be sick this long. I'm going to chalk it up to being old.
mean, that's definitely a factor. Your immune system tends to decline as you get older. Might not necessarily get sick as often, but when you do, it tends to last longer.
Okay, Casimir crystals. Where, oh where?
Yeah, I'm trying to isolate them too. I'm thinking they're on the northern hemisphere because I just circled the whole southern hemisphere and couldn't find them because I was following the like oil system because I thought it would be near that. But I'm not seeing it up here either. It's not Casimir crystals. I'm looking at our at the quantum processors. It's processors.
Processors? Didn't you just like go insanely large with the amount of processor being made?
I did go insane when I made it, but that was the ones here. I didn't make them in the other system.
This is literally remote demand. It does not, as long as you're shoving them into an ILS.
Yep.
Like,
I think that was Homestar 3? 2 or 3. I better check so that I don't slow us down unnecessarily.
so where the hell are the Casimir crystals coming?
Yeah, I didn't even find them. Yeah, they're being produced on Homestar 3, but I don't see any exporting of them. That doesn't make any sense.
It's either 2 or yeah, it might be 2. I don't know which one. I don't think I've been to the planet that you've actually worked on. I haven't,
I know there's some being made here, because I can see them in the production. Okay, where are you now? There you are. Their max level assembler. Yeah, from the looks of it, I just need to expand.
loading. Homestar 3. I don't think I've ever been here before.
It's kind of the fun of multiplayer. Okay, yeah, I can just remove this entire line. Did that say Death was loading? You trying to?
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
Excellent.
storm's pretty much over, so
Sweet.
try again.
well, now you gotta take up beef with the sun. Okay, like, how, do we have? I mean, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 crafters on here. Like, what? Is there room to grow this setup?
I just moved the miners, so yeah, we should be able to just draw it out further.
Yeah, this is surprisingly little production.
I don't know why we didn't expand it when we expanded or upgraded the machines, because I know when I created them, they were tier 1. Do you know how many I need to paste? Pretty much just paste till they...
Well, we don't have an infinite amount of space here, unless we really go crazy with these.
course, even though I copied the existing ones, it still had a gap in coverage. Because why not? Just put ones next to them, be done with it.
All right.
Okay, now it looks like it's gonna need to.
Yeah, we're gonna need to probably expand the silicon parts.
Yeah.
And what kind of blueprints do I don't even know if I have a specific process. I think I just have. I made it generic, 2 input, 3 input. Yeah, I don't have.
Yeah. Makes sense. Alright, the line is solid, but it could stack a little higher. But I think we are okay. I'm gonna do one little tweak. I'm gonna put a splitter here.
Well, that boosts up that production.
Yep.
Now,
Is it gonna meet demand? Is the
didn't you set up another processor setup? Like on.
No, I was going to, but I didn't.
Right, you were in the middle of it when I redirected you. Wow, look at all the seeds out here. Jesus. Holy Moses.
All the woods?
Well, if you zoom out, if you look at the map and you zoom way out, all the red, weird looking icons, they're all seeds. They're all dark hive seeds.
Yeah.
Those things are what build the hives in orbit in space. That is a lot of them. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we massively produced. We're massively making more of these. So let's look at entire star cluster. Processors.
Net positive at the moment, but
Yeah, that's deceptive. It can be deceptive because we're not able to consume more than we're producing. So it's kind of like. I mean, even the 1 minute is still doing pretty good. So I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna head back to the home planet. So I need to restock some stuff. Okay. Oh yeah, I have one more thing I forgot to automate. Strange matter.
Oh, man, now they're really flowing. Oh, those pile sorters make such a difference. Alright, is there anything else you think I should address while I'm here? I should maybe just check up on things.
Yeah, like what else are we making on that planet? Like,
A lot of smelting. So we got like iron, copper, silicon. One thing I'm gonna tweak here is I'm doing remote demand for the ore. And since there's already ones producing locally, it should never happen because the local will top off before a remote one even has a chance. All right, here's basic circuits being produced.
titanium glass, strange matter, quantum chips.
I'm gonna just go through and make sure all of the interplanetary logistics have local and remote demand for stuff to kind of future-proof them.
With what resource?
Things such as plates and ores.
Oh, way. I was like, not everything you don't want to blanket do something like that. You want to.
Yeah, definitely not.
Some of the setups that I did, it's like, no, that would massively break the setup that I just built for hydrogen.
Yeah. Oh yeah, here's another one, like the proliferation. Definitely don't want to do local demand for that, because then they'd just break it.
All right. And then strange matter. And this, and this. Proliferation doesn't really matter on this one because we don't get a bonus out. It would speed it up, but meh, whatever. It would be easy enough to add it in there, but whatever. I don't care.
All right, I think that's all of them. And other than expanding these, I can't think of anything else I'd need, and well, don't want to expand them unnecessarily. Since I'm in the system, should I check Homestar too?
Well, I think we're sitting on Homestar 2, but Homestar 4 is the outside planet. I don't know what, if anything. It looks like we are mining on that planet. That might be another mining smelting planet, so, I mean, you could peek at it. Certainly, it doesn't hurt.
Well, it looks like there is a little bit of smelting going on.
Yeah, I figured. Let me head back to...
Oh yeah, that's right. This was our first polar battleground. Wow, shockingly, we are not tapping into many of the resources on this planet. I shall address that. But I am running low on the advanced mining machines. I didn't top off on those.
Really? They stack to 120. You've built... Or did you not have a full stack when you set up?
Yeah, I didn't.
I was gonna say, like, that's a lot of mining. What I usually do is I usually go a little further afield because the deposits are so much larger in just like the next furthest out systems.
Yeah. That is true, but I like to have the home planet dedicated to manufacturing. So I like to clear out the resources from them to make way for the machinery. Which isn't a necessity, because, well, resources are practically infinite. Not effectively, but... Oh, nope, this is gonna chew up 2 of them.
Okay, so here you started this making circuits.
Yep, we got up to the circuit point.
Okay, you've got iron, you've got copper. Wow, you got a lot. Wow. Yeah, you got lots. Wow.
Yeah, there's a little bit of smelting going on.
Okay. How far did you get?
I think the next stage was going to be the microcrystalline components.
Yeah, I don't think you're smelting silicon on here. I don't see a silicon smelter.
Did it not? Okay. I must have just planned to paste one of the existing ones down when I got to the point of the microcrystallines. Starting to slouch. I gotta not do that. After last week's stream, I tweaked something in my back, so I haven't actually been on my computer much this whole week. It's kind of funny because when something like that happens, I don't know if you're this way or not, but I can't, completely avoid being on the computer, because then my body just forgets what it's like to sit in that position. So I have to, rest it and then bear through a little bit of pain when I sit down at the computer, because otherwise spend an entire week away from it.
Yeah, I didn't sit this last week. I didn't sit a lot at my computer. I mean, as you probably have guessed, I wasn't chatting very much in Discord because my brain just was not functional.
Yeah.
And so it was just like I would have had a hell of a time sitting here trying to focus my eyes on the screen. So I just basically laid in my chair, would turn on somebody's like long video or long stream or a podcast, and I would just lay in my chair and close my eyes because I was exhausted. I wasn't sleeping for 2 days. I was not sleeping at all, and I was exhausted. All right, so
yeah.
Here we have some silicon production. And let's output that. Alfkirk 2. I'm on 3. 3's the factory. 2's the launching.
I want to see the launching setup you got.
Is that loud?
Yeah, just uses the blueprints that I have that I shared. Okay, so production of, let's do local planet. Gonna be hit.
I'm glad these miners can go over solar panels. Can't remember if you could in the initial version of them or not.
All right, 3,600 a minute of silicon. Consuming 2,400 a minute. Capable of producing, let's see, stacked by 4. Now that we have stacked Duvalakis, stacking is 120 per second times 60 is 7,200 a minute is what I'm capable of producing. So I am using only 2,400. 2436. 7,200 divided by 24. Yeah, I thought that was right. So I can do 3 times this. Somebody wants to start in on the silicon crystal setup. One, two, three, four.
Silicon crystals or silicon?
1, 2, 3. Well, whatever is fill in the blank, like fill in the words, like silicon whatever for processors. The whole point of this is processors. So whatever it takes for that process. My brain is going, you want to do what?
Yeah, that I understand. Only problem is my brain's doing the same thing. So.
I know. Like,
I had a flash of 2 old guys trying to
I
talk.
know, right? Nothing makes me feel my age more than these kinds of games eventually. Like, nothing does. Like, it's just, like, sad.
Oops, no, local demand remote supply.
Okay. We have, at best, probably massively over 7,200 per minute of silicon production. So let's figure out a good spot. Maybe right up. Just go over here, since I don't need any further on that. I want to leave this down here because there are things being built that we might want to expand. So again, I'm trying not to compress things so it's such a tight fit. So the microcrystalline thingy McDougal's is copper, which we are producing. I can't even imagine how much copper this planet's producing. I saw Oss's copper setup up there. It's probably a lot.
Yeah.
And then my crystalline components. So I think maybe going right above silicon here. Right up here. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be microcrystalline, which is silicon and copper.
I'm gonna be landing on the home planet, so you're gonna get a little load lag here. Oh, maybe not.
One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Okay.
Are we even going to bother with the second tier smelters, or are we just going to hop, skip, and jump to the last ones?
We're gonna hop, skip, and jump to the last tier.
Okay. All right, I'm going to head out there to Alfric and lend you a hand.
Sweet.
Ah, there it is. Oh, we're seeing some love, some hearts popping up on chat there.
We are.
How much-
Oh man, I don't even know what causes that.
There's a button down there. A
Oh,
too.
So those aren't individual likes, I guess. It's just.
Yeah, it's just it happens when a person clicks on that.
Okay. Alright, now production. This one of these microcrystalline Duvalakis. We need silicon. We need copper. We are going to produce microcrystalline copper. Demand silicon. Demand. Charge me up all the way, please. So the pattern here is that, always that, and then paste 15 of these here.
I'm gonna go grab
Rotate
that water
them.
I meant to grab like 15 minutes ago.
And then paste another 15. Oh shit.
Oh, but before I do, yeah, Kaylin asked how long do you think we're gonna be going for still?
Oh man, that's always the question, isn't it? How long
Yeah.
do you go for? It's like, I don't know. I honestly have no idea.
Till we collapse, pretty much, probably.
Yeah, part of me has wanted to experiment and see if starting my Saturday streams later and going later would be better. Because for me, it's not always about like the views. Okay, Renegade, just FYI, the pattern for the power is not min-maxing because that would hurt my mind trying to figure out the pattern. The pattern is every like third or fourth output, right? So it's so much easier to do like every third output, because if you do it that way, then the blueprints are more prone to work on different latitudes.
Okay.
If you min-max it and you copy and then paste it like up here, you may not have coverage of your power, or even further down. Like, so it's very, very hard. So yeah, every third is usually a good number. And I just felt a cat on my leg. Cat. She was gung-ho this morning. She thought she was gonna, like, oh, she thought she was gonna get good stuff today. No, that's tomorrow. There's the tail in the picture. There it is, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how much longer. Usually, I mean, a little bit. I want to get this processor setup done. Let's put it that way. I want to get this processor set. Get the brush. Hold the brush. thing is full already. Wow. Alright, now we go down here below this. This one I want to use an ILS. Okay, and then we're going to do microcrystalline circuits. And then processors, blue stuff. Everything. Chin scritches. Okay. One, two, three, four. One, two. All right. From this line, we can probably triple.
All right, I am back. Is there anything left that I should work on?
We're gonna need to get power up over here. Need to expand the belts a little bit so we can get another. We're gonna triple these up. All right, let's get these belts up and running. Somewhere in here. There it is.
Do you want to know the trick for pasting the assemblers onto the end, rather than going through the work you did?
What's that?
When you're copying, you grab to the end, of course, And you want to make sure that the belts actually end, right where they do. So that part you did great. Grab all the way to the end of the first one that you don't want to copy. That way you're sure that you get the belts exactly where you need. So here, let me paste.
I think
the
I
machines
understand what
here.
you're talking about. I usually have these all blueprinted.
Yeah.
I'm building it manually because what the hell else are we gonna do on stream?
That's true.
Like the whole point of the game is to build the factory. So if I'm just slapping blueprints down the whole time, like, okay, that's not really interesting. So for me, it's just like, yeah, this is the build. So if I have to expand the belts and just do that, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not trying to min-max my time here. Holy, look at all the processors. We are...
Yeah, I see them. Okay, yeah, they're piling at the end here, so we could probably even expand it more if we so needed. The question is, do we need it?
Well, it all depends
Oh,
on
I suppose
what the production stats are.
we might be hitting the upper limit of the belt going out as well. No, looks like that's good.
Dad, how are you not super hot? Holy, look at our processor production per minute. Oh.
Scrolling.
Holy Moses.
Just a giant spike.
8,000 a minute. 8,100 a minute processor.
Jeez.
Not bad.
Yeah, I think we might have met demand.
Holy Jesus. 8,000 a minute. Eat your heart out, Intel.
Looks like quantum chips are probably good.
Yeah, I haven't added any more production. Quit hitting your tail on the microphone, cat.
Oh. There might be an issue with plane filters. That might...
Yeah, that
might
comes
be-
down to Casimir crystals, probably.
Yeah, probably.
We need to track those down.
I'll go work on that.
Where the hell are we making Casimir? That just bothers me. Couldn't figure out where we're making those.
I mean, it has to be on the home planet. That's where I saw the production.
Oh my god, get out of here.
But yeah, we don't... Even if we don't need to expand it, we must find it just so that the mystery is solved.
Yeah, so we actually know where they are. Jesus. Okay. Mm-hmm. And now you see why the first thing I did in the stream 9 hours ago was getting the blue spray tan juice proliferation massively increased. Because we're consuming a lot of it. So yeah,
On the home planet.
the very first thing I did was increase blue spray juice by a lot. All right.
I am shocked that we have not had to address oil. I'm shocked that our first planet is satisfying that need.
So we're done with the Dyson Sphere structure points.
Nice.
So all that's left now is the solar sails. Structure points are done. And we're producing 77 gigawatts of power. Yeah,
Get it up to 121.
Once this thing is done, produces right around like 85, I think. Because, yeah, the solar sails are... Ooh, we still have quite a few there left. So about 200,000 there. About 100,000 there. And those are almost done. So, still quite a few solar sails. But we are launching those expeditiously fast. So what I usually do now that the things are done, let's find those rockets here somewhere. Where the hell? There they are. All right. So yeah, Oz built a pretty expansive system here. Could actually expand this eventually. So this will just build, and they don't. The reason why I have so many is they only stack to 80, so they don't stack very high. So even if this entire column of depots fills up, it's, I mean, what is that? 800, 1600, 3200, 4800 per thing, like 4800 per chest. And usually this Dyson Sphere used like 150,000. So still not a lot. So I'm gonna go to Alfkirk 2 since we're done with the launchers. What I can do, show you how I kind of save a little bit.
I don't understand how this thing is so difficult to find. The Casimir crystal construction. It has to be gigantic to be keeping up with all this demand.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Like, where the hell are they coming from? They're being brought in somehow.
Gonna drive me sane.
Okay, now what we do, we're gonna remove that. We're gonna remove that. I want to reverse this. Oh. Okay. Prepare for another one of those little hiccups. instead of local remote demand, we're going to do remote supply. And now we're going to feed them all in there. Right. It would be wiser to do this way. And then that. And then that. And then that. There. See how many were on the belts and then how many were in here. So, yeah. Just feed them back in, remote supply, and then this will empty out on the next Dyson Sphere. So clear, this will drain out completely. And there, that one's done. So I know this one is clear.
Well, what the heck? So I'm trying to find where they're being produced again, just to make sure. They're not even being built on the home planet, but I saw them being built there. I know I did.
It's like Bigfoot. You just know it's there somewhere.
Exactly. See, he understands. I'm not insane. It's the voices in my head that are crazy.
Okay, why are solar sails slow to arrive? We should be producing these, like, in crazy volumes. I know we're capable of producing, like, 8,000 a minute. I think one of the things that's slowing us down, and this is partly my fault, but I'll blame Renegade anyway, is the planet we're making the solar sails, which is Alfkirk 3, I think. The distance between us and them sometimes is less than the distance. If we look in here, you can see warp distance 1 AU. Now, depending on what the setting is on number 3, right, you can see this ship here coming in was not warping. So one of the things that I do, one of the standard things that I do when I build these setups, anytime I'm using, because I have the free warper mod, there is no reason for warp distance. By default, it's 12 AU. That's the default. I always reduce it down to 1. Every time. Every single Interstellar, every single ILS that I've placed, I've reduced this down to 1. And if you don't do it on both sides, obviously these, if these leave to go grab them, they'll do that. But the ones delivering them won't, because that distance is only 7 AU, so they will not warp. So they'll travel agonizingly slow between 2 points if you don't do that. Now, I can't remember. It was beta. No, it was beta something where we are making I think it's the stalagmites, isn't it? No, can't be.
Making what?
The solar sails. Where are we making the solar
Oh.
sails?
That sounds right.
I don't think so, because stalagmites. That's where I'm making the proliferation juice because of the things. Solar sails. Where are we making the photon combiner?
Photon combiners.
Yeah, and then we have graphene. Like, oh man. For some reason, our solar sail setup is lagging. Lagging behind us.
Beta Tari 1 solar cells are being made.
Okay, so let's go. Peekaboo. Beta
I did
Tari.
find the Casimir crystals.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what?
They are completely backed up. It's apparently on Etaphonics.
Wow, that's a system I don't think I've been to.
Phoenix?
I don't think I've been to that system. Eta Phonetics, which is pronounced phonetics. It's pronounced phonetically. Yeah, I don't think I've been to Eta Phonetics this time around.
You want to know the sad thing? I'm guessing I set it up based on the way that the things are designed. So.
Well, if it's backed up, that means that we have plenty of production.
Yep. But at least mystery solved on where it is.
Yeah, like that's crazy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Beta Tauri. Here we are.
Do you want me to...
Graphene.
Graphene? What about it?
Ah, yep. Graphene is what we're missing.
Okay, I actually was just looking at a graphene setup. Let me see how it's doing.
It's either backed up because of hydrogen.
Yup. That's exactly it.
Ah, damn it. What are we gonna... Oh, see, hydrogen is always... This is always the thing, is hydrogen is just a royal pain.
I mean, you need it, but then... Ugh.
Yeah, I don't.
It's a temporary measure. Let me just kind of grab all the hydrogen in here and delete it.
That's all I do usually.
Yeah, but it doesn't really stack, so don't try to put it in your inventory.
Well, that's what I did, but then I just hit the delete key one. Got it in my hand. A few fall out for some reason. I have no idea why. Maybe that's a multiplayer sync issue. Oh! I wonder if that's one thing I can do is try and force the hydrogen into the one making the Casimir crystals.
Well, once I set up antimatter fuel rods, that uses hydrogen. So what I could do, that uses a lot of hydrogen. So what I could do is set up the ILS to request hydrogen, but not from orbital collector.
Yeah. And then you could always feed, grab another one that has it from orbital collectors, but
supplement it.
set
But
priority.
yeah. So that's one of the ways to do it. Is it's just, I don't know. I don't really think we have enough room on the home planet for that. I wanted to build that on the home planet, but I want to wait until next stream when we go and farm the hives for all the hive level stuff and thing, because we need these core elements in large amounts. So yeah, we have energy shards, these things, dark fog matrix, dark or matter recombiner, the silicon based neuron, and then God, they just need gentropy singularity. They just, it's like word salad. It's just, what sounds sci-fi? Let's ask ChatGPT. We need the sci-fi sounding name. And this core element is another thing. But we'll set those up in a bit. I want to get the last few researches. Yeah. Ground expansion here, ground expansion here, ground and space. So that will massively increase our fleets that we can bring to bear.
Wow, that's impressive. Is that you're consuming 54 gigawatts from that Dyson Sphere.
Wow, we're not even. Are we not consuming the amount that it's producing?
Correct.
Wow.
We're 54 out of 80. Oh, we lost a renegade again. Is there another location I should head to? Or should I poke around in this system and see if there's any other deficiencies?
Well, we're gonna need some extra production of graphene. So
I can certainly expand it on that planet.
part of me wants the secondary system to be the other recipe. So, like, because proliferated, if we go to a planet or a system that has a bunch of coal, which allows us to make that energetic graphite, and we proliferate everything, and and one of the planets has sulfuric acid on the planet, you could proliferate that setup, 3 graphite, 1 sulfuric acid, and you'd get 6 graphite out of that, or graphene, and no other secondaries. Like, no other secondary. And I think that... Not... Alternatively, yeah, we could do another setup for fire ice and just try to deal with the hydrogen. I don't know what else we could do with the hydrogen. But yeah, this setup here is not... We need a massive amount of graphene. Because we have a whole other setup for these solar sails. It's not even running.
All right.
So
yeah, I could find an oil planet and work on that.
an oil planet.
Well, I suppose we don't need the sulfuric produced. We can
We
just...
don't. We need coal and sulfuric acid, and that's it. But I don't think you will find coal in abundance on a planet with sulfuric acid. I think those are mutually exclusive resources to a large extent.
Yeah,
I could
this
be
planet
wrong.
has a little, but there is in this system. There's 52 million coal.
Which system? Ada?
Eta Phoenix.
Yeah, but not on the same planet. So
Yeah, not on the same planet.
Eta 1 is your sulfuric acid. Your coal is mainly around the satellite planet to the gas giant.
Yep.
So, I
Third.
mean, we could bring coal in, because we certainly, I think, should move coal and then smelt it, proliferate it, and smelt it on the sulfuric acid plant. So I think that would be a better use of that. I will work my way towards that system and then take out the hives in orbit.
So, smelt, import the coal, smelt it on Prime.
Smelt it on the sulfuric, yeah, smelt it on 1.
Okay.
Because when it's proliferated, you triple the output, and then your ratios, then your ratios are... Otherwise, yeah, you would smelt it locally and then move it, but
Yeah. We just need to find a good place to set a smelting stack down. Smelting stacks I usually do a little further from the equator, just because I can.
yeah, they're smaller crafters.
Yeah.
Goodbye, hive. Make sure it's actually going to disappear this time. There's 1,558 units. You can see right down here. 1,558. That is how many ships there are. But there's point defenses in there. And yeah, even this late in the game, if I tried to fly into the center of that, my mech would be just... it would be toast really fast. So you want to kind of skirt the edge. Here you go. Go get him. Go get him, ships. Now remember, with my mod, this makes this process much, much, much faster. Otherwise, this taking out one of these hives would be about a 40-minute ordeal. You want to be
Shoot, it's too bad I
very...
didn't think ahead and get the quantum chemical plants.
Yeah, I have those automated now. I did automate those.
Okay. course, I haven't even gotten the smelting stack very far yet. I keep having to pause because my head is really getting to me.
Yeah, we're just about done here. All right, that takes care of the hives on this system. Right.
Hello.
So,
This is going to be the smelting stack. Doing something a little different than usual, so it's taking a bit of brain.
okay. Well, I think we're going to call it there, everybody. We're 10 and a half hours. I think that's more than sufficient. I'm hungry. Oss is exhausted. Renegade's probably fallen asleep in his chair.
No, I'm not
Renegade's
that bad yet.
renegading.
Oh. But, yeah.
Another hour I would be, though. Yeah.
So, yeah, we basically built a Dyson Sphere. Literally built a Dyson Sphere. It's got a few sails left. Let's go look. Let's go peek at it. Oh, we have a seed. Oh. I'm gonna have to go. We have to go take that out. That's not good. They're gonna try to steal my precious.
Uh-oh.
My power. My precious power. That's not cool. I cannot allow. Even though it's super far away. I wanted to sign out. We can't have a hive being birthed and allowed to exist.
I'm gonna try to come back in quick.
Ooh, no, we're gonna be signing out here. You'd literally just pause it for 2 minutes. Let's slow it down. on. It just built a hive. And there it goes. Goodbye. Dead. No more hive. I know what's funny is the detail in the game. If you actually follow one of those seeds all the way to the planet or the system that it's going to, and it gets to its destination, if you watch it, it actually has an animation.
Oh, wow.
where it arrives and it unpacks into one of those hive, like center of the hive, and it's like, holy crap! Like that's a level of detail that I was not expecting when I followed it.
Yeah. Because yeah, how often does that actually happen? Seems almost unnecessary. Almost.
Almost. Let's go land on a planet. All right. Okie dokie. Again, where I was before. That's going to do it for the stream, everybody. Thank you all for coming by. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself. Either during the stream or afterwards, if you're watching the VOD. You know, appreciate it. Subscribe if you're new to the channel, yada yada yada. Consider being a patron, channel member, etc., etc. You know, everybody knows the drill. Like, what creator out there doesn't say that? Or not, I don't care. Anyway, hopefully I'm going to get working on vintage engineering again this week. I hated being sick, but hopefully, I'm able to hit the ground running on Monday. Tomorrow is Mother's Day. Don't forget. Call your mom. So yeah, I'm not going to be doing any work tomorrow. It's going to be Mother's Day dinner and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, Monday I'm hoping to get into vintage engineering, and hopefully I'll have something on Wednesday. At this point I don't know. I don't have any vintage engineering stuff to stream. I don't know. It depends on how much interest there is in that. I know I've only done it a couple times, but I hate being sick because it really threw a wrench into that schedule. But anyway, and then next week we're going to probably finish this up. We're going to be going to crazy systems, the black hole system, neutron star. We're going to be, the black hole planet's going to be farming that planet for all the drops, and then building the second Dyson Sphere out on the other O-type star, hopefully. And yeah, should be fun. See how fast we can build one of those. As we ramp up production here, obviously we have a little bit of production we could wrap up, but anyway, thank you all for coming by. Hope to see you on Wednesday.